What's going on, guys? Welcome to another fun-filled stream with Delusional's Arcade, aka Del. So it's been a while since I've done one of these. Got all my stuff in order, had some extra time, and really dove the last couple days into the software. So hopefully you are hearing me okay. You should be hearing some nice retro music in the background. And that's all I have for now to start the thing. So let's see who's out there. I know D Jones was the first one here. I know Brian's going to join later. I'm sure my buddies are going to join also. But I had to get a lot of stuff done with cap kits. So you'll see behind me, I actually have a monitor. It's kind of off screen a little bit, but I'll fix it later on. We'll have different angles, all that good stuff. So you'll have a good time. Super chats are open if you guys want to. Feel free to jump in on those. Those who are seeing this later on, there is also a thank you link below. And all that goes right back into the channel and funds, you know, what I do here. I do it for fun, not for money. So, you know, but it does help. So, all right. So let's see. I guess we'll wait a few minutes. Omega Mark, it cannot be, he writes. Yeah, it's me. I changed my getup a little bit. Got off StreamYard and some other stuff and really started diving into OBS. And it's pretty amazing now. It's changed a lot. I really want to do stream on Twitch. I actually streamed on Twitch yesterday, secretly, just to test some audio. The audio's still over there. You can see the test. I was just running through stuff. But yeah, it's me, man. So let's see. Who else do I got in chat? So I have two kind of setups here. I have my main desk where I can see everything. I have all the cameras. I have my stream deck right here. Then I have my bench, which is right over here. I'll just slide over and I'll change the camera angles. And I also have a stream deck over there too. So it should be a pretty good cap kit. I have pretty much most of the night to do this. I even have an ESR meter now, which I'm going to try for the first time, where you can test stuff in circuit. This one was recommended by, I think, Andrew B on Clav, said it was a good one. I actually tried 3 different ones, and I like this one the best. It was the easiest to use. You don't even have to look at it. It'll beep if it's bad, so on. So let's see. I just put it over here. I'm actually charging stuff on the side here for tomorrow. There we go. Now it's charging. All right, cool. Let's see who's in chat. So I'm going to slide over here and see what's going on. So I'll bring the camera with me. So there we go. So there's the monitor we're going to be working on. We're working on a 7203 today. I have a MISPAC project that I'm doing for a family of ours, a family friend, and it looks like crap. I thought the monitor was dead, but it was actually turned down really low and it was dim. So we might, if we have time, maybe stick a rejuvenator on it, test out the tube. But for now, I want to at least get the cap done, and then we'll see if it fires it up. So I'm going to wait for a few people to get here, a little bit longer here before I jump into it. I'll give you a quick camera tour of what's happening here. So I have upgraded. So let me turn on this light here. You could see, oh, hang on a second. I'm getting a double audio here. Let me try that one more time. Hang on. Oh, now I'm good. Sorry, I had you muted for a second. So I was getting double audio. I'm not sure why, and I think it's because of the wireless lav mic that I have on. So let me see here. I'm gonna try it one more time. Different angle this time. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now. Yep, that looks good. I don't know why I was getting an echo before. This always happens. It's live TV, right? No matter how many times you test it out. Cool. So let me just work it through. So that's another angle that I have where we're going to see the back. This whole thing rotates here. all around so I can kind of show you the back. I have a light that lights up, so it'll be nice and bright. It's not going to be as dark as you see it here. I just have it like that for now for the lighting, so it looks good in other shots. Let me work on this second angle here because that's the most important angle I want to tackle. So I'm going to mute my mic for a second, just enjoy the music while I work through the audio. All right, I still hear the echo. I'm not sure why. Do you guys hear that echo at all? Very odd. It's only in this one scene. Okay. There's no echo. I'm good to go. I think it's just outputting something back to myself here. I have speaker audio set to nothing. All right, whatever. If you guys don't hear an echo, I just killed my speakers. I don't really need to hear the music anyway. I was going to have it low in the background for myself, but I think we're good. So hopefully you can see this overhead. Good. I'm glad you guys all confirmed on everybody's end. I did testing earlier. I don't know why it just came up with an echo, but it's only for that one scene. So the overhead here is what we're going to mainly work on. I can zoom in. I'll just give you a quick camera tour. Can zoom in pretty good. That's pretty much zoomed in all the way. And then on top of that, let's see if I go this way. Zooms in even more if I just bring it up to the camera. Like, this thing is pretty awesome. It's a 4K camera. I'm running 3 4K cameras right now. One of them with a really good lens that I use for a lot of stuff. Let me zoom out. And then I'm going to use a wireless mic so I can move around the arcade. Future stuff you'll see here on this third camera here. This one is a camera that moves around. So that's actually a wireless connection you're looking at right now, that I have an HDMI wireless kit. Not cheap, but it's, I'm very passionate for broadcasting and for the hobby, and I really want it to look good. So this one actually reaches all the way upstairs. I could head upstairs and walk around, and it's complete HDMI connection to my editing system down here. And so it's not a phone or anything. It's all high quality stuff. So pretty neat. Let me do a split screen for you. I could have up to 3 cameras. So that's what I have now. Technically I have 4, but that's my capture card, but you can't see it's off camera inside one of my JAMO machines where I'm going to stream eventually some gameplay stuff directly captured from RGB. That should be fun. Let's see what else. Let me go back to this. So this is kind of a hybrid where I can show you stuff, talk right to the teleprompter I have right there, and then I can also switch to the opposite, which is that. That's probably the view I'm going to use most of the time. You guys can see me while I'm working on it. I can answer my chat, which is straight in front of me here on this side. And let me just double check that you guys are good. I got my wireless mouse here. And okay, cool. All right. Let's get started, I guess. So I'm going to show this throughout. I'm sure as people join, I'll kind of explain what was going on. But I have a video I got to play for you guys that I recorded earlier, just to show you what was going on with this thing. It's very short. It's only like 10, 12 seconds long, whatever. But it at least shows you that I have this weird picture. It's like a trapezoid. Instead of trying to like show you now, I'll just play this. It's just easier if I play it down. So here we go. Okay, so this is the before. You can see on the top it's narrow, kind of looks like a trapezoid, and on the bottom it's wider. Convergence is an issue as well. The rings are glued, so don't know if I need to just cap it and see if that fixes everything or if there's a pot that's messed up. But anyway, it's really off and adjustments won't do anything, so I'm gonna cap it. It needs a cap regardless, and then we'll take it from there. The flyback kind of does do kind of a tiny bit of whine when it first starts, and I have to also test the tube. So this is the before. I just wanted to do some comparison stuff here so you can see the before, and then hopefully I'll cut to the live video to show the after, and hopefully we fixed it. All right, so that's it. So it's looking really weird, and people were telling me like, oh, that's probably caps. That's definitely caps. You know, Cap Kit will cure that. I also have a flyback just in case. What you see right here, this is for the 7203 from Arcade Parts and Repair. It makes me a little nervous because this one here is pretty recent. I've always had really good luck with him. I've ordered stuff. I've had cap kits in stock. Like, I'm usually 2 deep on every single chassis that's out there. Just because every time I'd order something from him, I'd order an extra flyback because I heard that they were gonna stop making them. I've never had any issues where they blow up or stop working after a certain amount of time. This is a new order that I got maybe a month ago, so hopefully this one's okay. But I don't think we're going to need it. The flyback's working, but just in case I have it here, if it still looks messed up after the cap kit, then I'll probably have another stream where I'll put this in. But I just wanted to mention that I do have it on hand. All right. So what have you guys been up to? You can sound off in chat. I'm going to start. I already started warming up my stuff. I have my Taco right here. You shouldn't be able to hear it. I just pressed it a couple times. It may be really low, but it's not as loud, so it won't blast out your eardrums if you're listening to this on headphones. Got noise suppression on, so that's good. All right, so let me show you what I did. So typically, instead of just having the cap kit, it comes in this bag. And by the way, I don't have a label. It didn't come with a label of like when to cap it. You know, that label you put on when you're done. I don't know, it just didn't come with it. But anyway, this is usually all mixed up, and you have to kind of shuffle through everything. And you know what I usually do is I do inventory at the beginning, but then you'll still have like a clump of stuff to look through, and it's a pain in the butt. So you can get stuff like this. I put a link in the description. The one in the description comes with 8 of them. You don't need 8 of them, but maybe I'll sell these down the line. I don't know, like people on Clav, maybe like $1 a piece or something like that. But either way, it's under 20 bucks, or you can get 8 of them, and then it's like flexible, so it's not styrofoam. This came with something that I ordered a long time ago. I said, hey, it's foam. I got a great idea. So what I do is I map out everything where I just take inventory, I mark it with the marker here, and then I kind of organize them all in the same, you know, for the same types, because you have 3 of one type or 5 of one type or so on. So it makes it a lot neater, and then you can not have to dig through stuff, and I know I have everything. So that's what those dots mean. I kind of checked everything off. It's good to go. And then the rest shows down here is where I'm going to go and cap everything. So wanted to show you that first. People who have been vets of the channel know that I do that. You know, I don't know, maybe I should copyright it or something and be like, hey, I was the first to make this good idea. I don't know. But anyway, this cord right here is actually plugged into, you can't see it, it's off camera, but there is a B&K precision ISO, you know, where I can just set whatever voltage I want. That way I can work on Nintendo monitors, or I can work on these monitors. So this monitor usually goes around 120, that's what I set it to. I think it'll take 132 on an ISO, it'll be fine, but 120 is usually what I set it to. And I guess we can get started. I'm just gonna try to zoom in on this. That way you can see, you know what, I think I'll change to camera 3, and then I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna turn on the light so it's a little brighter in here. I'm gonna turn it around. I'm just gonna discharge it because it was on. I could show it to you again just to see, but I'm not sure how it's gonna look. live, it might look a little weird. The reason I took that video ahead of time was to kind of get the resolution and the shutter speed correct. So I guess I could turn it on. Let me just double check. All right, and at this point, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to my other mic. It might sound slightly different, but at least you can hear me instead of me being far away like this. You know, I'm actually closer, so good. I got power. Let me go ahead and swap that and see. Testing 1, 2. There we go. Okay, cool. Might be a little loud. Maybe it's not enough. I don't know. I played with the levels and I think I got them to be a little equal. They just sound different. They're just two different brands. That's all. Okay, so let me go ahead over here. See, now I can walk all the way over here and my audio is not affected. I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. And I can kind of swivel this around. You can see the back. So I can discharge it and whatnot. Right now I just have an extender here going to my B&K ISO along with my TPG. I have the older one. I have the newer one here too in case we need it. I bought the newer one. I didn't really like it. I like the fact that you have the extra dips on the end to control like the sync and stuff like that. So I like the old school one, which I have here. Mine got thrown in the garbage by my son by mistake. I guess maybe it fell. And he did his chores and didn't realize it was in there, and then he threw it out, I guess, because I can't find it anywhere. I tore up the house looking for it for months. So I bought a new one, hated it, and then somebody on Clav had a used one, so I bought it. So anyway, let me turn this around. Lazy Susan is awesome. Glad I got it. I'll probably end up shutting the light off for a second, just so you can see. Let me look here. Let me turn this on. Actually, it was on. I think it just went into screensaver mode. So the TPG has a setting on there where it goes into like, so it won't kill your battery, and I think I had it on. Let's see, I just turned it on. And cycle the power here. There we go. There's nothing wrong with the monitor. First I thought there was, but then I forgot there's a setting on here to conserve the battery. So yeah, so see how it looks like a trapezoid? If I turn the light on, you'll see the difference here. Because you'll see the edge. So this is the edge of the monitor. This much is on the top, and on the bottom, it's only this much right here. So totally messed up. Convergence is messed up. Could be the yoke's on loose. Nothing's loose on the back like I checked it. So we'll do the cap kit and we'll take it from there, I guess. But yeah, even if I were to adjust it out, there's actually a trapezoid button on here. Or pot, I should say here. I think it's on this side. Yeah, that's right there. So if I turn it, that's all the way to the left. If I turn it all the way to the right, that's all the way to the right. So it's not really doing anything. It's just changing the bottom a little bit, making it more distorted. See? So the pot at least is working. It's just not getting whatever it is that it's supposed to. Never worked on this chassis before. That's why I wanted to tackle it to see. But I do have a backup. I have a 4900 as a backup that I picked up, was it yesterday? Yes, I picked it up yesterday for 30 bucks. Working. So I probably have to cap that regardless. I already washed it, so it's going to dry out. So I watched it yesterday. I'll probably work on it next week. But if this one doesn't work out, I have that other $30 one that has Mizpac burn on it as well, which this one's going into. This has Mizpac burn as well. Okay, so let me shut it down. You have a glare on there, so I'm going to turn this off real quick. Hopefully you guys are joining up, saying, oh my God, here he is. Let me just double check here. Look at my phone. Oh wow, there's like 14 of you on here. I didn't even realize. All right, cool. So that's what it's doing. I'm going to shut it off now. Before I do that, I'm going to shut off the TPG because I don't want it. And then I'll shut the power down. And then we'll discharge it. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this around. We'll turn the light back on. And we will discharge it. So I've had this forever. I don't believe in soldering it on, because if you solder it on, you assume it's always good, and then one day it's gonna crack and you're gonna get electrocuted. So I have this really gigantic, it's like this thing I got from Radio Shack when they were open a long time ago. It's super big and it's super strong, and it really does clamp on there pretty good, where it doesn't move at all. And I know it has a solid connection. So I'm gonna put that on the chassis here. And you put one hand in your pocket just in case. And I'm just double checking I did shut it off, because I have done it with it on. It doesn't really kill you or do anything, it just doesn't discharge, and you're like, why is it not discharging? So let's see. Nope, no spark. Usually K7000s discharge themselves slowly. Unlike a G07, for example. Put it on this angle just in case. There's definitely some static going on. Feel the static from the screen. Turn it to get a better angle. A lot of tools. Put on there really good. I like doing it at this angle, but I'm pretty sure it's fine at this point. Yep, I'm touching the anode now. All right, I'm just taking a peek to see where it is. Looks like it's on top. So now at this point I can grab it. Just press down where I need to. It pops out. I always stick it in here again, just in case. Screwdrivers will work. I actually own one of those other tools, I'll show it to you, which I never use. I actually tried to give it away to that Tim guy the other night, and he wouldn't take it. He's like, nah, you have to mail it. What a pain in the butt. Because he needed one for a vector monitor. But I have one of these probes. You could discharge it with this where you clip it on, but screwdriver, I kind of like hearing the snap, and it doesn't destroy it at all. So I don't have any vectors, and if I did, I would still use a screwdriver, because I think that's an urban legend that it kills it. Ask Arcade Jason, he will tell you. The only way you can do that is if it's on to short some transistors on it, but usually it'll never happen. All right, cool. So we are discharged. I'm going to unplug it. You could discharge it with it unplugged or plugged in, does not matter whatsoever. And just making sure our stream looks good. Yep. Hey, what's up, Kevin? I see CC Game CEO is on. Saw your video on that tour of your game room there. It looks pretty cool. Brilliant move on that painting the background green. I thought that was like genius. I have actually this huge thing that you can bring up that I use for meetings and stuff. It's actually my significant other's. I got it for her because she does a lot of work from home. So, you know, we have it just in case. But painting the back green, man, you don't have to do anything. All right, cool. So I'm going to just disconnect the TPG really fast. And I will take a screwdriver, which I have here. I shouldn't even have to look to see how this is. Oh, it's just 2 screws. All right. And everything I have here, all the soldering tools, I try to put it in the description just in case. It's not really to make any money. It's just to help me not answer all your comments. A lot of people will ask, hey, what did you use? And I'll have to tell them and link it. It's easier just to put it in the description and just say, check description, it's all there. So these I will put in the bowl. And then I should be able to have, I do. Yeah, that's my other angle. I guess I'll do both, it's fine. And I'm kind of pulling it out. This I'm kind of rocking slowly, but I'm not doing it enough to break any pins. And I just realized I've never done this before. I think this has to unscrew in order to come out, for the chassis to come out, because this is soldered onto the board. So there's like a wire on here. Really hard to see. Maybe what I'll do is I'll go wireless for a second. Able to do that. Might be able to pop this off. Let's. Yeah, so I'm going to zoom in on this just to get a better angle. See that connector right there? That's usually seen in 8-liners. It looks like this was like an 8-liner. You know, like those poker games, poker machines. That's what these are popular in. And they have different resolutions. One's 15 and the other one's like 17 or something like that. Yeah, so it says 15 hertz and 17 hertz on the switch. Up is 17. Right now it's set for, oops, get back into it. I'm going to try to go full screen for you guys. Hang on one second. I'm going to pop this back on. That's the thing. I'm like a one-man crew, so tough to get everything done here. Let me pop that full screen for you guys. There you go. Now I can pop this off and walk around. Okay. So this one right here is the switch, and there's, if you look really closely, you'll see it's actually soldered onto the board right over here, and you can't take that off. So the only other way to get to it, I guess, would be see that orange wire? It's like orange and blue, soldered onto the board. So I probably have to disconnect it from here, where I have to take off those black screws right on the switch there, and it'll be able to come out. I hadn't thought about that till now. Didn't realize I had to do that. Thought it was a typical like K7000 monitor. But, you know, you live, you learn. Or figure it out so, as we go along. All right. So I'm just trying to see what I need for that. And these are real. Yeah, I might have to get an adapter for that. Where did I put my ever? Not the smaller one. It might fit, but I don't think it will. Let me run and grab my toolkit. I'm still talking to you guys, which is great because I got the wireless kit, which is goes all through my finished basement down here. All right, tools. One of these days when I organize everything, I'll give you a tour of that too. I started already with putting up some bins there, labeling everything. All right. So going back to here, I'm just opening one of these, and I need a smaller, I might use this. Double check it. Yep, that'll fit. All right, let me switch back to the other angle. But nothing special, I'm just unscrewing something. You guys get the idea, but don't think, looking underneath, oh, you know what? I didn't realize there was a screw right here. I assumed it was part of the metal frame, but it's not, it's separate. So this works. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this back in so I won't lose it. I lose things like crazy up, like up in here. All right, so these are off. That's off. I can now kind of take it out. This is clipped in here. What else is connecting it? So by the way, it's degaussed. Degaussing or not degauss. That's incorrect. And I know because Arcade Jason is the one who told me stuff, and that guy knows what he's talking about. Other pronunciations: Galaga, I say Galaga, not Galaga. I say Gradius, not Gradius. Sure, there's many others out there. I say Sabo, Joe Sabo, not Sazabo like everyone says. I'm friends with him, so I know. He told me it's Sabo, S-A-Y-B-O, Sabo. How you pronounce it in voice. Let's see, I'm looking for, there it is. You know, I didn't realize that I changed it. Yeah, I did change it back, okay. And these angles have me all confused now. I have so many cameras to manage. I'm just cutting off a zip tie. Looks like this has never been worked on. Okay, so now I can take this out. And that is on there really good. I had thought about washing it before working on this, but decided against it because it's not bad. I've seen really horrible ones. That goes on there. I think we're loose, finally. Oh wait, no. So, no, I could take this off. I'm gonna take it with. This is actually the, this has a remote board on here. Similar to the 25-inch ones. I'm gonna take it with it for now. All right, we're loose, finally. Let me go back. All right. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm gonna move this down here. This should come out. I think it does. Gotta check. Here's that switch that I was talking about. And this is really dirty. Really dirty. Might clean it up in a little bit. Gotta see if this comes out or not. Not sure if it does. Imagine it does. All right, anyway, I am done with the chassis for now. I was gonna kind of stick a rejuvenator on there, but the problem is I want to show you guys this here, and if I put it onto that, it's too far away. So maybe I'll save that for a future episode where I can move the chassis or the tube over here and do everything over. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just wait for next time to do that. So let me go ahead and switch back. I'm going to switch mics back to this one here. Okay, hopefully you can hear me. It probably sounds a lot better. By the way, if you guys are new to the channel, you can always click that like button down below and subscribe if you feel inclined to. No one's forcing you to. I do this for fun. I do this for a hobby. Been doing it for, I want to say 16 years now on YouTube. That's crazy. I keep thinking about that. I'm also on Twitter at Del's Arcade. And then, of course, I'm on Instagram as well. So check me out there. I post stuff that I'm working on, a lot of pictures. I use Instagram probably the most. Okay, so if you're just joining, I'll play back the issue of what was happening, so you won't have to rewind. It's a pretty quick video, but this is what was happening here. Okay, so this is the before. You can see on the top it's narrow, kind of looks like a trapezoid, and on the bottom it's wider. Convergence is an issue as well. The rings are glued, so don't know if I need to just cap it and see if that fixes everything or if there's a pot that's messed up. But anyway, it's really off and adjustments won't do anything. So I'm going to cap it. It needs a cap regardless. And then we'll take it from there. The flyback kind of does do kind of a tiny bit of whine when it first starts. And I have to also test the tube. So this is the before. I just wanted to do some comparison stuff here. So you can see the before. And then hopefully I'll cut to the live video to show the after. And hopefully we fixed it. All right, so let's get started on this thing. I'm actually gonna go back to this screen here so that it's not gonna block you guys. There we go. I want you to be able to see it, everything. I'm gonna tear this off. I know it's not original anymore. Oh well. It's kind of dirty, it keeps hitting me, and I'm gonna clean this off too. We may even need a new one, but I'm curious, out of curiosity. I want to see if how close this is to that one. Kind of be oriented. This just enough. Yep, it looks identical. Doesn't have this little piece here. Kind of forward a little bit. Doesn't have this little piece. Oh yes, actually it does. Covering it up. Things which go center here. What are these two brown ones? Oh, the brown ones. I've seen them. Never seen them. Come out here. Brown ones are okay. Soldered directly to the. All right. Well, we're not going to do that right now. We're just going to do the normal stuff. Oh yeah, Omega Mark. That's me. Charlie has my shirt and my hat, and I have his. I actually bought a couple of his shirts. I have the one with the G07. That's Charlie from Overtime Arcade, and then I'm representing him with my. Figured I'd wear it on the stream to get the maximum exposure for his shirt. I really like this design. Where it has the marquees on the back. I think it's cool. I feel like the big logo on the front is a little too much for me, but still pretty neat to see. So this one I can't remove. I gotta leave that on there. Trying to see what I can unplug here. I guess I could unplug this, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look. This is on with twist ties. Looks like someone has worked before. I'm gonna actually snip this off so that it's broken. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm trying to talk into my microphone here. So this goes on like that. Double holes, sense, and then I'm gonna put this on the side. And then I'm just gonna grab some simple green real quick, and a rag just to clean this off because it's super dirty. All right, I'm back. I'm gonna just put some simple green on this rag here, and I'm cleaning off my hands. I know why they tie it in a knot. I've actually done that. It just makes it shorter, not dangling everywhere. That filthy. I wish I had gotten a white rag. The difference, but trust me, this dirt's coming in. See that dirt right there? It's nasty. The next one I'm going to cap K7203, I believe. My favorite chassis ever. That one got washed yesterday, so it's nice and spiffy. Shiny, clean. So this is I'm not trying to rush. There's no set limit to this stream. So if you guys get tired, it's fine. You want to jump off, you can. It's not going to get deleted afterwards. But, you know, interaction is good. If I have any questions, you guys can help me out. Look stuff up. That kind of thing. This is the first time I've done this particular chassis. I ain't scared. I usually plan this out a week ahead, but I said, let me just day of. It's actually 2 days in the making stream. Just cleaning a little bit here. Look at that. All right, not gonna go crazy. I just don't want to get messed up when I'm working on this thing. All right, cool. Let's see. I'm just double checking chat. You're saying I should make a t-shirt with vector game marquees if nobody made it yet. I guess if you like vector games. No, I'm kidding. No, I guess, yeah, that's fine. I'm just worried about, I'm really wary about copyright. So I don't want to like do anything and like infringe on anyone's copyright. Especially Atari or whoever, Midway, Namco. Grab this. Oh, look, I found a little fray. Look at that. Check that out. That's got to be repaired. Oops, it's not really focusing on. Should you see that? This was actually, looks like it was, heat was applied and it just over time just broke. Man, that really stuff. Anyway, so I have to fix that, obviously. I should have inspected it before I plugged it in. But yeah, so what I can do, I can probably throw a butt connector on there just for now. Get it going. Yeah, I'll get that. Oh, this one too, look at that. This other one's coming. Wow. And should we do this the right way? What do you think? I actually have the stuff to crimp the pins correctly. My guess is that this didn't have the correct, this is the one that everybody uses now, you know, to mate with everything else, but it probably had something different. Let me look to see what this end has on it. This is the one I'm mating it on. This way, so it has a round one, and yeah, so this is correct. And I'm gonna have to fix that. I should just do that now. It'll take like 5 minutes. I have to find the pins. I think these are .3, I remember, and they're male. Yeah, let me go get it. I know exactly where my tool is. Wow, stream's a little more complex. This chassis is a pain. Okay, I'm back. That took a minute. I was looking for this tool right here. This is the extractor. And these are the pins. I think it's 85 actually. 0.85 male. When I take it out, I'll just take a look at it real quick. I'm gonna grab my diopters fast. That's the this right here. Pretty amazing. Shout out to any mic. He told me to get one, so I got one. I actually have this extra attachment on here, which you don't really need. It just magnifies it when you flick it in front. Never really use it, just gets in the way. But I did upgrade it with an LED, so pretty bright, pretty sweet. That way I don't have that bulky thing to swing in front of everything. And I'm gonna pop that on just to look at everything close up. Hey, what's up, Sean? Thanks for joining the stream, man. So we're fixing a 7203. K7203. So you just pop that in there. Comes right out, takes 2 seconds, and doesn't matter what polarity you use because it's on an ISO, so it doesn't matter if you swap them. Does not matter whatsoever. But I just want to measure this to see, or compare it actually, to what I have here. You guys can do that with me. Yeah, that looks like the right size. Yep. Excellent. And I have them here actually in this bag with other connectors that I bought. Have them connected together, built together. All right, so yeah, this was frayed. We got to fix that. We'll just chop it off. So I'm gonna grab 2 of them. I'll grab my crimp tool and just crimp it right on there. We'll be done with it. The crimp tool, of course. Okay, so this is the crimp tool right here. It has like the teeth, everything you need. It's so funny because I just put all my tools away so I could have a nice, neat arcade for the stream. So I know where everything is, but at the same time, I had it right on my bench anyway. So, all right. Butters. I had to run and grab this really fast. I forgot these. These are to cut everything and take it off. So let's go ahead and fix that first. That's the first thing. Safety, always start at power, right? So it looks like we'll do this one first. Cut it off. This out. Good. Same movie. Just want to cut them even. Zoomed in just so you can see everything. That thing is the best wire stripper I've ever used. By Vice Grip. I don't know if I have a link in the description, but whatever. I think it was 20, it might be more. I got it prior to COVID. COVID, everything went up. So this is I got an extra one out. All right, so what you do is you put, I'm going to use the, you can use this one. So that's what I'm kind of, a lot of people think you put it in the same way. Here, I'll go in closer. Put it in the same way like that. You actually have to do the opposite and put it that way. I get it to click one time. goes past that first point. That, and then just crimp when you're done. It's a ratchet. Does both at the same time. You're done. I can get if I did it. It gets around the jacket with the first one, and then the wire with the second one. Done. It does it all in one shot. It's a ratchet crimper. Amazing. Works great. I just popped that in there. So that's the first one. This one is the second one. Takes a little practice. I've done so many of these that I actually had to repin a Mizpack connector. Big pain in the butt. That. There. Okay. That one, check that one. Yep, you can see how it's wrapped around the wire white part first, and the other part right on there, and you're good. So this is super strong, it's not going to come out. And then I basically put the black one in. This. Boom, that's in. And I'm just going to pop this one out using the extractor. It has like a spring-loaded mechanism where it pushes it out for you. Just kind of put it over there. Hold the jacket there and then kind of just wiggle it out, and there, popped right out. And before I do that, hopefully this will. Okay, cool. Verbiage. Here it snap right in. That's it. Brand new, like nothing ever happened. Keep zooming in the wrong way, sorry about that. Let me just straighten this out. There we go. Hit the wire by mistake. Had an on-air error. Okay, so I'm gonna throw this out. We don't need that. We don't need this. And I think I accidentally took out an extra one, which I'm gonna put back here. There's different sizes of these. This one's 0.85, what you need, power ones. I think I used 0.93 by mistake one time, and it's really hard to get them in, and I realized, oh, it's because it was too big. I have male and female in here, and then these are the connectors that I have extras of where male and female. Good to have stuff on hand. I hate having to order stuff and wait. I don't like waiting. All right, so what should we start with? Should we do the neck board? Maybe we'll do it last because we have this big cap here and that might break off or wobble around, and I don't want to solder it now and then do it again later. So go ahead and trying to figure out if I should do the filter cap or not. Probably. I think that's it right there. I have it here somewhere. Yep. Let me just check. 220 microfarads. I'll say UF like everybody else does, but it's microfarads at 400 volts, so it's 220. This one here is 220 at 400. A lot of people don't change that out, but because it's having the issue it's having, it could be that. So I'm not gonna chance it, and I'm just gonna take it out. So let's do that first. So that's it right there. I like to add solder. You don't have to, but for this big cap, I'm going to do it just to make it melt better. Just trying to get this. And it's been ages too since I've done a cap kit. But this is it right here. Look. That is it. Got to keep it centered. It's going to add solder because this solder has flux. And now I'm going to use my soldering iron. I'm going to cheat. This won't fit on there, so I usually get it off the side like that. Just get the majority off. Here. I should have discharged this cap. The way you do it is you just run a screwdriver across both leads. But I'm pretty confident on this chassis, on K7000s in general, don't need that. I always do it just in case, no matter what. Especially on a G07, if the is blown, it's gonna have a charge in there and it'll go off like a firecracker. It's really loud, painful too. I don't know about the painful part, but that Tim guy will tell you about that. It happened to him. I don't know if it was this year, but he said it happened to him pretty. I don't think I have the big tip on. Struggling. Heating it up and pulling it off. This one. There is some glue holding it. That's what's giving resistance on this side. See that white stuff there? I feel I can rip it out. Yeah, there we go. So that's out. And obviously the negative is one with the lines through it. That's where you put the negative side because that's how it was oriented. But some chassis are opposite. I worked on one, changed a couple caps on a Pro Max, and it was opposite. I think the shaded was positive. Weird. This is my broke off. Piece of plastic I found. Came off the flyback on the one, or if it came off another piece. I'm gonna keep it in my parts. And we're gonna take the new one. Pop it in. Hey, what's up, YouTube punk? Haven't seen you in a while. Well, actually I did. It just wasn't in mine. I think it was Charlie's stream. He inherited you from me. Okay, this should be fine. So these have these little pincers on them. I always thought that was cool. I learned this from Peter. I was talking to him. See how they have like little grabbers there? You can actually pop this on the chassis and it'll hold itself in place, and then you solder it in. They're meant to kind of squeeze and snap on. They're called snap-in caps, I think. But anyway, let me get rid of that. This one I will put in my part spin there. I don't throw it out right away until I'm done with the whole kit. It's working. I could put some alcohol on there. Looking at the yeah, there's like all that stuff here. You can actually use acetone. Acetone probably. I'll try rubbing alcohol first. This is 99%. Full dispenser I got a while back, where you just pop it open. This down. Meant for cloth, so you just kind of do this. It's really meant for like. It has it right on it. Pretty awesome. I keep refilling it. You can only get, at least around here, you can't get stuff like that in the pharmacy anymore. 99% alcohol. You can only get like 80 something. So most of the stuff, I think I learned that from Rich at This Old Game. He was saying that he gets it from Amazon, where they still have it, and you can just order it by the case. So I ordered like 12 of them. I'm going to use acetone, why not? I just don't like that there. Let me go and get some. So this is it. It's really cheap. Acetone. Nail polish remover will help you in a pinch. It's the same thing. This one is cheaper. It's not scented or anything. I mean, it's scented like acetone, but it's not like nail polish scent. That makes sense. Grab one of these. These are like printer foam. This one has the alcohol still on. These work really great because they don't leave that like stuff. If you use a Q-tip, it gets that hairy like cotton all over the place. All right. Attempt to do this here. All of it all. Might not work. On there pretty thick. Not gonna do anything, it's not conductive, so. I mean, it's kind of coming. It's really, what it's doing is it's melting my, it's coming on. Hard to get in there, or else I'd just use a rag. Feel if like you're capping it, you want it to be perfect and good and last forever. The worst thing is undoing someone else's like sloppy stuff. That's almost out. Alright, so this is melting, so I'm getting away from it. Some more alcohol. Clean it up. It's not coming out. So this is a toothbrush that if you're watching, Charlie said you got this, so I bought one too. I have a black one and I have a white one. But it's super soft. It's meant to like, I guess for people with dentures and have gums that are soft, this will clean it. Clean your gums without hurting you. So I use this all the time. Clean PCBs and get in like fine areas. I use it on the back usually, front. But I'm doing it on the front because I can't get to this area. There we go. I think it just came out. And then I just dry it up with this. And we're good to go. Back. Alright. Cool, it's looking good. Now I'm going to pop this on, so negative goes towards the shading. And this is going to be a little bit. Should snap in there. It's actually going to go this way. Should snap right on there. Let's see. Yep, see how it kind of holds itself in there? Snapping cap, and then all you have to do is solder it. You don't have to hold it or anything. It's great. That. I don't remember. Turn on the light so you can probably see it. Now this I could probably see with my naked eye, but my eyes have gotten horrible. I actually went for a consultation 2 days ago for LASIK, and I'm kind of on the fence. I'm not really sure if I want to do that yet. That's kind of drastic, but I don't know. Maybe I'll get contacts. I didn't really ever want contacts in my life, but my son has them now, 16, and he's like, yeah, they're great. He's had glasses his whole life pretty much. I've only had glasses the last 5, 6. All right. But now I'm blind without him. All right, so I'm just gonna check. I'm gonna look at that close up. And use a little more, a lot of solder on that. Closer. All right, that's it. We are done with that. Now we have a brand new cap. I like to mark them after I do it. Some people mark them before they do it, which they mark the whole chassis up, but then if you forget one, you miss it. But for me, I like to kind of just this. That's it. I know it's done. Some people do this. They give like a cross seam. Some people fill it in. You know, maybe I'll fill it in because I feel like an X is bad. Something's wrong with it. So ones that are filled in are ones I've done. All right, so the next cap we'll do is that other one. And then I can't even, with the glue, I can't tell what it is, and there's no markings on this side, so I'm just gonna go by size. And this one, a little big. Let me see if I can get to it about that. That's kind of big. Getting it. All right, let's see if it comes out. I'm in too close here. Yes, it's the glue. I keep thinking it's like the solder that's holding it in. It's the freaking glue. Double check that. That's out. Side. Yeah, they're both out. That glue. There we go. Mapped right out. This one is 10 at 50 volts. That's not this one, is it? Oh, that's should be 10 at. They're a lot smaller compared to what these. You know what? I'm gonna clean up again with acetone. What a pain with this glue, right? I have to because I can't tell. I can't read the markings on the board. Kind of a pain. How's it looking so far? Who else is in chat? Yeah, a mega mark. I've been thinking about doing that, but most of my chassis are all marked up anyway, so I'm like, oh, I'm gonna have to do the opposite. But some people mark them up like before they do them, and I guess it's safe because you can't. I mean, I inventoried them right next to me here, so there's no way you can miss one. This is coming out. That actually works really good. The acetone. Good for taking off gummy stuff. And like, but the thing is, it eats right through it. I could probably get my finger in there actually. Use a rag. I have a separate rag over here that's different. And working. Can't really see. That's covered. It's covered exactly where I don't want to have to go, but almost there. Power. You guys enjoying the music? Something that's a little makes it less boring. Is it bipolar, James? Hey, what's up, James? I was like, James? I'm like, oh, it's James 833. What's up, man? Yeah, I should have texted you today, James, and let you know that I was getting this on here. This is probably the perfect time frame for you because you're like 3 hours behind. It's 10 o'clock by you, almost 10, right? It's quarter to 10, maybe. Yeah, there's no markings on it, so it's very possible. So this says, I'm looking really close trying to decipher it. D614, it looks like. I'm trying to get past this glue. I'm trying to take the glue off to see what's what. You know, this glue sucks. There's pretty much on every single cap. That's so stupid. But whatever. They built this stuff, right, to like not last 5 years, and then they put this glue on that lasts eternity. So 614 according to my sheet here. 614, it's in order here. So 10 at 100. Yep, it's bipolar for sure. That's right there. So I forgot to mark off the other one that I did. Well, actually, no, I don't, because that was the B plus filter cap. So that's good. And so the bipolar. How many are there? There's 3 bipolar 50 volt. So it'll come in 3. So I'm just gonna go on my thing here. Handy dandy stuff that I did. These are 200. I also put them the same way so that I could tell right away just by looking at them fast. So 3s look like it's over here. This is 100 at 50 volts. 7, 10 volts. That is crazy if this is the replacement. Oh wait, but it's bipolar. That makes sense. I was gonna say these are tiny. Here's the other cap. So these actually are the replacements for this, I believe. That is nuts. Yep, that's it. Because the other one's 10 at 100. This one's at 50, which is what I need, right? Oh no, 10 at 100. Wait a minute. And let's see. Looking at this again. 10 at 50. 14. 10 at 100 is the bipolar one. 10 at 100, there's only one. So this is it right here. I put all the bipolars together. So this is the replacement for this huge cap. That is nuts. Modern technology, right? So check it out, guys. So this one says, nope, there it is. So 10 at 50 volts, right? This one, and that's also BP for bipolar. And then this one, 10 at 100 volts. So the 50 volt one, if we were to get the equivalent, that would actually be this one right here, even smaller. That's 10 at 50 right there. But Peter's always ears on the side of caution. You could stay with the same UF or microfarads, so it says 10 UF. You can't deviate from that, like you can't put 100 in there. But the voltage could be equal to or higher, so in this case it's higher, it's 100 volts, and makes them feel better that there's a bigger one. Yeah, so wow, that's crazy, the difference in size, right? I mean, this one's actually bigger. Needed. Okay, well, in the dumpster that goes. And bipolars, you can put it anyway. There's no polarity markings at all. Go ahead and pop that sucker in there. Look at that. It doesn't even look so awkward. There should be markings. So, I'll show you something real quick. Where am I looking? Okay, so if you look inside there, right? Bring it up. See how there's 3? So, I'm trying to hold it steady here. There's 3 markings here. So let me try to get a pointer so I can show you what I'm talking about. So these two right here on the end are where the big ones were on. It's focusing on the wrong thing. All right, it was on the two on the end, but you can actually put it on these two little ones here, as long as this one matches the same plane as that. I think you could go from this one to this one. We're on two different planes. You can't actually put them on these two because that'll be the same. You want to be on separate planes. So I'm going to put them, instead of putting it on the wide ones that it was on, I'm going to put it in this one, and that one's in the middle, and then over here. That should take care of that. Let's check to make sure. Putting my diopters back on. Yeah. This trace looks like crap. It looks like really garbage. It's actually coming off. See that? Probably needs some repeat. So close up. This one right here on the left. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scrape along this. I'm not gonna jumper it, I'm just gonna put a lot of solder that together. And when I put it through, I'm gonna bend the actual cap to go that way. This one looks pretty coarse. So I have a fiberglass pen here. Let's see where I am at. I'm gonna scrape away at it. Looks like it's not even on there. Crazy. That's probably why. I wonder if that was the issue. That cap. Acting all. So what I do is I grab an X-Acto knife, nice and pointy. I scrape away at it and then I scrub it. Let me do that now. I'm just taking away and exposing some of the copper. Tell you, problem chassis. Gonna be worth it. Gonna look really good. I'm just gently scraping away the green. Not deep enough to get like take off the copper. Wonder if the sound, it sounds like nails on a chalkboard. I wonder if the noise suppression is taking that off. Yeah, let me try to get closer there. I'm just making fine little lines. Scraping it away. See it coming through. Trying to move my head. This all right. This is fiberglass, so fiberglass pen. I'm just blowing it away from me. And good measure, I'm gonna take some alcohol. It's away. All right, this is what we want, right? So now I am gonna put the new one in there. I was actually gonna show you guys like what You see how there's 3 holes? It was on the outside one and on this one, and I'm gonna put it on. I'm actually gonna put it on the inside one and that. They're closer, and it's a smaller cap. Safety first. Let me this thing. Exacto knife. And I need to see what I did with that cap because I put it down for a second. I'm gonna move this to the side. Two. All right. Can't believe we only did 2 caps. It's like cray. All right, that's in. Now bend it. This one. Bottom first. Good to go. Not going to put any flux on it because this already has flux in the solder. Oh. That definitely needed. No, nothing left of that solder pad whatsoever. Is nice repair. Oh, that's it right there. Good repair. It's really good contact. And then a lot of the times I'll just take some alcohol. Should already still have some on. It's like sure it's all clean, no flux. These work really good for the doesn't get stuck. Q-tips. All flux. All right, let's mark that one. All right. And what can we do next? Kind of going just by looking. Do this. I'm trying to get the big ones out of the way. Is what they're the more pain in the butt ones. I don't want to miss any. So let's get this one here. That one I'm looking closely is C013, right? Is that on there? Looking at my separately here. Oh yeah, C013. I've never seen that. So like it says C013. Gotta mark it off. It says C013, and I thought it'd be like, you know, they have C009 as well. Never seen them that low. Well, there's always new stuff on this chassis, right? So go ahead and I always feel it's easier to do it sideways. You're not fighting gravity when taking these things out. Hard to see. Ouch. Burned myself. Live on YouTube, Del burning himself to death. Yeah, that looks right. You're just really in there. Not 1, 2. Hard to tell. One or that. Oh, yeah, I see one coming. Oh, it's the opposite. I got it. Oh, I have to solder that on the back end. This one was incorrectly, and this is a cheap cap. Looks like it's I always double check them. 220 at 25. 220 at 25, and this says 100 at 50. So when in doubt, always use his. I always say that. I don't know why, but I've asked him before when I had discrepancies, and he's like, "Yep, my value, it works good." Buffett says the opposite. He'll say, "No, it's go by the sheet. Don't use something else that's not intended for." But let's double check. C013, C013, 100 at 50. And I took out, now the reason I'm going by Peters is because this cap looks different from all the rest. It's like this blue brand. And what brand is it? I'm suspecting that someone just stuck it in there, that it's not factory. And I could look at the schematics. If somebody wants to go ahead and do that, you feel free to. But yeah, this is Jamicon, different from the rest. I took out, what did I take out? Different brand. That's Teapo, Teapo. I've never heard of it. But I'm gonna bet that this was the wrong cap in there. So I'm gonna do what Peter says here. I really trust him. I've used so many of his cap kits, and he does quality stuff. So 100 at 50 volts is what it's gonna be. And that's a normal cap, so 100 at 50. Let's check to see where I have it. Again, my site. Here it is, 100 at 50. All these three are 100. Pull one out. And so far we've had one that was stuck in there, two that were glued in, one that both pads were gone, and then this one is the wrong value that was in there. So this one in from, and it's marked as positive too, and this has a lot of flux on it, so I'm gonna clean it up a little bit. There's a lot of flux in there. See it shining. Let's get it out. All right. Positive is the longer one. That goes on one that's not shaded. There it is. This one, the things are intact here. Fine. Now I was going to experiment. I was going to try something. I hate holding it. I wish somebody would be there holding it for me while I'm soldering. And I hate bending them. I was going to try something on this. I'm actually going to take one of these surgical things that hold stuff and just clamp it on there. See if it works. Hold it in place, and it does. So it's holding it for me. Now I just have to do it. I don't know, a new technique. What do you think? Bad, good? It's holding it in place, and I can just solder in one side. Right here. I'm actually going to fix that other one that I desoldered. Now I can take this off gently. And then solder the other one. Let me know in the comments if you see this afterward, what you think, or in chat. But it held it in place, and now I can just not have to work. I always cut them off right away. I don't want it to ground on something I don't want it to be on. And I will clean it up like this. They were already dirty. Yeah, I should clean this board. All right, that one is done. I'm being extra careful with the neck there. This wouldn't come off. I didn't want to tug it off, by the way. Boat board. And what's this one here? So that's in the right way. That's the other thing. I double check it, and then when I mark it, that means it's checked off that I did check it. So I think that might be the adjuster for B+, I'm guessing. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of them all over the place. I'd have to look. This whole area is dodgy. Bob Ross. I'm reading your comments now. I'm looking straight up and seeing them. If somebody wants to look up where the B+, I have to look up to see how to measure it when I put it back, but I'm curious to see which pot. It might be labeled as B+. But right now it says, let me just look at these here. This says V line, so that's not it. This says J010. Jumper. No, that's the jumper. Sorry, I'm looking. Looks like 501. VR 501. VR 501. Then there's VR 803. Might be 603. The rest are roll 6 as well. So VR 603 and VR 50. I don't know what those are for. They're not labeled. Those might be the B+ somewhere. But this one here looks like vertical. Oh, it says VR 401 for V line. Other description on it. Oh no, there it is. H hold. VR 501 is H hold. It's hard to see. They're so tiny. And this says FB reg. That might be the B+. What do you guys think? It says F as in Frank, B as in boy, REG. I know there's the vertical. That one's a trapezoid for pin cushion. There's trapezoid and pin cushion on both of these. Aren't them? That might be the other one left. Oh no, actually, this looks like it because it has glue. Nope, this is shut down. VR 502 is shut down. I am not touching. Not shutting down, so these caps, they're like totally different brands. Like brand. Wow. All right. Problem child, man. I should have made this a 6-hour cap video because it's taken forever. I might have to do part 1 and part 2. All right, let's just jump on to the next one. That's that little section. App, I can't tell. I'll just look at these smaller ones here, I guess. Get these out of the way. And so it's 10 at 50. This one is And at 50 as well, so I'm going to take this out as well. Oh, something just... I'll grab that later. These are crooked. When they put them in, they bend them. That to me is lazy because it's hard to take them out, but that's good. 50, right? And at 50. All right, so clean these up really fast. Takes an extra second. And at 50, and at 50. So easy when you grab it from it. Awesome. Do them both at the same time here. Try to speed up things. At 50. I'm going to do what they did and bend it a little bit. Cheat. Oriented right, and that's oriented right. Hopefully you guys can see. Braces. I have to scrape that one. Pain. Alright, let me back. Good thing I have these diopters, because when you're doing it with your naked eye, you can't really tell. Totally see it. Not connected. So that one's... Scraping away some of the green on the trace. Right to see. Goes on there. I think we're good. Got away with not scraping it with the fiberglass pen. Wow. Good catch, because those were totally gone. Well, one of them was. Now, you know what? I bet you that's what the problem was too, because these I bet like correlate directly to these. This one is like pin cushion, and the other one is trapezoid, and that's the issues that it was having. So I wonder if that's what it was. Is that trace was bad? I would have seen that if I didn't have the glasses on. Or correctly, we're good. That was 611 and 612. Sheet here. 611. Last one. We're good. Only done 4. They've been problematic, almost everyone. And I want to knock that up now. I feel like these will be... I try to get the ones that are more of a pain. This whole section's done. I moved over there, that section's done. Over to this section, but before I do, I think I want to grab these 3 right here. They seem problematic to get to. Comes out. I don't think it does. Yeah, these are soldered in. Right out of here. Cracked. This is soldered in. Can't take that out. But I'm going to try to shorten it. Time we got 1 o'clock. Okay, let's get these here. Let me check chat really quick. I like Wheeze34 just said, this is still shorter than doing a K7200 cap kit. You are totally right on that. I actually had one that wasn't working, and I said, do I really want to cap over 100? Isn't there like 100 caps for that thing? Yeah, James, thank you for looking at the schematics. VR001 is correct. That's the one with the... Well, it might be shut down, right? That's the one I said it was. Hey, look. VR502 is shut down. 001 somewhere. 501. So 001 might be in the same section as the 0 whatever cap, which is here. Wonder if sections. I see 011 for caps, so I'm getting warm. So type 5 BD001. BH001. Use, I should double check as well. Pull it again. Do not see that anymore. There is a jumper on here too. .601, it's the smallest text on. 2 diodes in here. Should check. You can't get in there is a problem. You have to remove this cap. Probes. FB res. I don't. Anyone know? That's James. What is VR603? I see VR603. It says VR. No, FB Reg. F period B period RE. And I not see it anymore. There is a test point here that probably where you get the plus. I'm probably getting warm. It says J016. No, that's for jumper. And then there's a TP something, and it's covered with flux, so I can't. It's like a test point. There are actually two test points. One says 24 volts, TP2, and the other says something I can't read because it's covered up. Don't know what spot it is. Could it be in the power section? Probably buried where. Not see it. James, it'd be interesting if you ever come on to a stream. That'd be cool. Just do an audio only stream, because I know you're like camera shy a little bit. So is Brian too. But you know, it'd be nice if you came on and then just do like an audio commentary and then answer some chat. You know, wife could do it too. A friend of the channel as well. He'd probably be better with the people. He just has a way. And we could just worry about the schematics and everything else, right? I'm getting on my multimeter, but grabbing. Just getting continuity, just to check this fuse really fast. I know it was fine, but I usually do that and I try to twist it a little bit gently. Sometimes I've seen they test good in there, but when you take them out, they fall apart. And everything seems fine, so look at the value. This F001 for the fuse, and it looks like they're... This looks original to me. It's 3.15 amps, 250 volt. Okay. Yeah. Popping it back. So I'm guessing it's a 3 amp, but it's an unusual. I've never seen. What else is new? All right. I can't find that pot. I looked everywhere. Oh wait, I see it. I see it. The reason I missed it is because it was completely covered in glue, and it's actually right here. If it gets that. It. They're up. These up. Right here. Completely covered in glue. A spot, and it does say VR001 on it. B plus adjustment, it says. Over here is a shutdown. So those are the two I gotta really focus on. I don't know the value of that. Probably have a replacement on hand somewhere. Wondering if I should replace that and then adjust the B plus, but if it's close, I'm gonna leave it. Because the B plus could affect the screen size, you know? So, don't know. All right, I think we got sidetracked, but we got a lot of information there. And then the other thing I wanted to do before I do it, I was testing the continuity. I want to test to see, I'm going to go to diode test. I want to test those diodes. If I can get in there. So black should go on the line. Buried. Might have to block you guys to get to it. It's really hard to get to. They're actually inside. It's between these two caps right here. They're in there, and I can't bend this cap because it's just too fat. I'd have to take it out to test it, but I'm trying to get the probes in there, so I'm trying to see. Clicks, it should click it. Nope, it's not. Oh wait, maybe. No. Trying to bend these up. I can get it. It's not letting me touch it. It sucks. There we go. Heard that? That tests good. At 0.45. If I do the opposite, I should not do it because it's going the opposite direction. It only travels in one direction, diodes. Yep. Oh well. That's supposed to say. And then this one. I could have done it from underneath, I know. But I want to see where it is, those lines. That tests good. That's it. That's OL. Okay, so those two diodes are fine. Power diodes. It wouldn't have gotten power, so I'm sure they were fine, but I wanted to test it just in case. Change. Diode. Let's see, some of them. Quickly test. Do an opposite what Mike does, Mike Jensen. He tests them all first and does all the tests first before he does any caps. But that's for a dead monitor. This we know worked. So good. One said it's. I'm testing it in circuits. I have this. Where did? Oh no! See, now it's fine. Must have been touched. Oh, I know. I'm touching this other one. Fine. Fine. Looks like a FR401 on the G7. I'm trying to remember. Usable resistor. It's kind of away from the board. Insulated. See, when they have them away like that. Alright, I don't see any that stand out. Here's another one. Oh, sorry. Totally not showing you. See how they're insulated? They have like the. This looks like FR4 G07. I'm just relating to it. And by the way, that's where I got burned just now, a few minutes ago. But I just tested all these diodes here. They were just really hard to get off camera. Tested all of them. They all beeped. And I don't see any more anywhere. So this is probably the power section of this area. So I got to do these in a minute, but I'm trying to get these first. So did all my tests that I had to do. So I'm going to put away my multimeter. By the way, for diode tests, go to that setting. This is a fluke. I finally got one. I do not regret it. 115 version of it. True RMS multi. Honestly, the ones work good for a little. I tried using them at my parents' house for electricity, and man, they just blew out. I mean, even replacing the fuse didn't fix it. Like, they were just so cheap. But they worked for tiny components like this. I just were using them on harder stuff. But that fluke has never failed me. I brought that over. It's been rock solid over. So, not regret that purchase at all. And the reason I got it is because Mike Jensen had it at the time I was trying to cap something and I didn't really know what I was doing for measuring, so I bought the exact same model he had and then matched it up. So if you're a fan of his channel, that's the one he uses, and he does all his tests. So you can just set it to exactly what he does in the video and just test and get the exact number it's supposed to be. That's the main reason. That paid for itself right there. All right, let's get to these now. I think I said I was going to do ones in the pop. I have a hard time. I used to be really good at it, but I have a hard time like deciphering. Oh, where do I get it from underneath? Is it a thing? This VR and this cap. I think. I'm wiggling it. Put my finger on the cap and I can feel it when it comes. Braces suck. So a lot of these, whoever installed these, did them all bent. Trying to unbend them. And when I try to take it out, it rips out everything. Trying to take it out. One's hard to get. I can't really grab it. Let me I have these tiny pliers here. They're awesome. Troy Gibbs got these. Gibby, one of the roundtable members. They work in a pinch, like get a narrow spot, pull something. That was installed correctly. That is C402. And there's a diode. Now it's exposed. At 50, what does this say? 220 at 35, 220 at 50. $220 at 35. Oh, $220 at 50. 20 at... Big difference in size. You see those? This one is $220 at 50. No, at 35, and this is $220 at 50. This is the one I'm replacing right now. I thought it was actually this one. Actually, okay. Gonna get my probes in there and might as well test this diode really fast. It's hard to get to otherwise. Oh, that's V. Takes an extra second and it prevents aggravation later on. Negative goes to that direction. That's correct. Sure I don't rush that there. What I mean about holding it in. I have to tack this one in there. Won't let me. That is also oriented correctly. Double check just now. We're good. All right. I marked it off already. Okay. Yeah, C402. Curious what uses that other one though. C402. F50. And what uses the other one? Other 220. Smaller. 220 at 35 or C51. I'm just looking for a typo if it gets screwed up or something, but yeah, it gets the bigger one. All right, gotta double check chat again real quick. Gabby would have a blast. You're right, James, about her doing that. Man, James, you're like an encyclopedia. VR001 is 5K ohm. Okay. I probably have that somewhere. I'm trying to remember what's also 5K. Is it? I have K7000 pots for the neck board, and I also have K5000. No, sorry, G07, I believe, for the chassis and for the rest. Yeah, thanks for telling me now. I just read that, James. It says VR001 is next to the transformer and vertically mounted cement resistor. I don't know how you can see that. It's like the Matrix to me, reading schematics, honestly. Wow, so this is the vertically mounted one you're talking about? Okay. Grab some water here. My phone is all screwed. I don't know if you can see that. My phone is like, see how it flickers? Something going on with the display. Pretty much a new phone. Pixel 7 that I got not too long ago. I don't think it's even a year old. So, it is really okay. PDF on ArcArc is nice, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you know where to look is the thing. I'm gonna get a little comfortable. We'll break it up a little bit. I'll put the triple mode on. This is me with my diopters on. These things are awesome. Worth their weight in gold. I'm telling you, and they don't really mess up your hair. They just give you a little bit of, like, it gets sweaty here, but it's a really comfortable band on here. And they just work great. They work with glasses too. Go right over them. Doesn't bother you. Awesome. They're a little pricey. By the time you get the light, you're spending like 70 bucks. But I've gone through so many like cheap ones that are like $20 that I was like, let me just get it. And I think he recommended it to Whitney, if you know Whitney from Broken Token. Any Mike suggested it to him. Shout out to Any Mike. And then Whitney was like, I'm sold. These things are like sliced bread. They're just so good. And then when I got them, right. It's kind of like having a Radio Shack soldering iron versus like a Hako or a Weller or something. It's like night and day. All right, let me get this other one here. These are hard to get to. Go back to this. There we go. I'll do split screen. There. I think that. These are them right there. Again, they're sideways, so they're hard to get to. Not convinced. Yeah. These traces suck is all I gotta say. These pads come off super easy. Be like trying to heat it. I'd have to empty my soldering iron. Should have done that before, I just forgot. I think this one's out. I have to use that again because I can't reach. Negative. This one had tons of glue on it. That's why it wouldn't come out. Man, this is going to be a pain because I have to, in order to get this one in, I have to take this one out because part of the glue is on that and this one. Let me try. One out. This is probably the worst chassis. Well, no, I take that back. 4600 is the worst chassis, in my opinion. Just a pain. Once you get it going, it looks good. How's the quality of the stream? Does it look good? It's only in 1080, unfortunately. I usually do it in 4K. But because I'm trying to do Twitch as well, they only take 1080p, so I almost got it out. All right. Man. All right, I'm gonna take the other one out. Well, because I can't tell. Probably tell by the value what this is. There's 47 at 25. I'm pretty sure it's one. 47 at 50. Pretty sure it's one of these. I'll actually put. I'm gonna take this one out. That is. Can't read it either because it's covered. Oh, it looks like C408. I think that's it. But it's glued in, so I can't tell if it's coming out. Yeah, see, like makes you so nervous, like rock it, because then you think you were just ripping it out of there, but it's not. Like these are, if you look closely, there you got my nerve-wracking. This is what I'm taking out, right? Can you see it moving? How I'm moving? I know it's not touching anything, but I can't get it out, and it's because it's glued in. So I'm like, you know, usually when you don't want to force it, because then you end up ripping the, the pads out. This case, $22 at $25. Let's see. That was D408. D408. 2200 at card. This is one, and another one. 47 at cover. Like bad. You know what? I'm gonna try scraping it off with a piece of plastic. So I have this really rigid adjustment tool, and I usually use plastic razor blades to take stuff off. And I think this, if I put some acetone, take it off with that. I just have to figure out how to get acetone on. Testing things. Using this again, but not very effective. It's just on really thick is a problem. And I should rename this video once it's done. Like, pain in the ass glue. But I'm trying to just... coming off takes a longer time. Forever. Sorry, I had my head in the way. Really try. Helping it. So there's your hack for the day. Acetone removed. So a lot of times the glue that I've seen on other chassis, they're like rubbery. This one is just petrified. But if they're rubber, you can actually take like needle nose pliers and yank them off, and the whole thing comes right out. These rubber. I think it's doing it because it knows I'm tired. Yeah, it's just dissolving it. That's good. Not perfect, but right. So, what is it? The moment of truth. It is C407. People make fun of the G07, right? Because it's printed wrong on the other side, but I think all correctly there. Actual 47 at 50 was correct. 7 at 25. don't think I thought they were mine. So put this one in first if I can. I think this one I had soldered the wrong one by mistake. Right next to it over there. I'm gonna put it back. Remove the stuff. I can. That one. Oh, the other one. I don't trust it. Super paranoid that. I feel like there's nothing left of that race. This is the chassis from hell. Sure. I'm just scraping away some of the green. I'm just gonna fold it over. I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm just gonna jump it over to the next soldering instead of screen. And then I'll cut. It fell off. I want to make sure that it sucks. Soldered. So all I did was fold it over to kind of go on this one here. So see how I folded it? Wanted to join on that pack. What the white is. Kind of. Yeah, I don't trust it. I know I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, it's probably fine, and then it's not gonna work, and I'm gonna be like, damn it, I should have went back and then whole new. Worth spending the time now and just getting it right. That's on. The one I desoldered by camera, but there's one that I removed. All right, now I'm gonna put that other one in, and that is also facing the correct way. I'm looking at it, and this one here. So this is a bigger cap. I'm going to take advantage and use this extra. Good too, because that other one, the question of traces. I don't know if they're oxidized, or maybe it's because I put the acetone on it. I'm going to try scrape. See what. Maybe it was the acetone. These are fine now. So the playlist is 6 hours long. Never gonna run. I can't hear it. Double load. My end. Not for you. Perfect. Yep. Blue. Let me check chat. I'll check chat every cap. Hey Mike, what's up? What are you doing up? Yeah, Mike, maybe next time you can come on. I know James wanted to come on too. I really wanted to get the roundtable back together, man, but these guys, their schedules suck. Nobody's ever available. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of an impromptu thing. I actually been meaning to do it for a long time. I have some videos I got to release too, but I kind of swore I'm actually taking the rest of the year off and not worrying about it, and I'm just editing. And then next year, I'm going to try to release a whole bunch all in a row, like every single week without fail. You know, for the Miss Pack restoration, for the Ring King restoration, for the Outrun when we went to Fun Spot. Oh, okay, cool. That's the best way to watch it, Mike, in bed. Yeah, you know. I'm just doing it because I have to. This stream is forcing me to do what I have to do. I've been meaning to do this for weeks. For the family friend. I'm trying to get it to them by next weekend at the latest. That way it's out of the house. It's a beautiful cab. I mean, this cab is gorgeous. I'll show it to you guys once I release the video, but beautiful cab. It's even better than my Miss Pack. Like, it's all original. Some touching up. And this is the monitor. Hell. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, why would I want to give this monitor chassis to someone where it could potentially, if it breaks, it's going to be a nightmare. You know what? If it breaks, I'll just swap it with another one. I just don't want her to have any trouble. Sure. Alright. So I did, let me just mark off those two that I did. Double down, have no fear. That's what I thought too. It's actually really simple. I had the same feeling when I said I want to buy a pinball. I bought my first pin, which is the Strikes and Spares from 1979. And I was very intimidated. I said, how can I maintain a pinball? There's no way. And then because I know monitors and it's pretty simple, pins I feel are the same way. There's a lot of power stuff going on. So like when I had to recap stuff on there, I was like, oh, this is just like working on a monitor. So, you know, baby steps. Cap kit's a pretty easy thing. You just have to check to make sure, you know, as long as you follow this. I wish somebody would post a sample of this online. I know it's copyrighted material, right? But if you look at it, it's just pretty simple. It tells you what it is. This is parts are included in this kit, and it gives you an inventory, which I did. And I kind of made them all go on here, and I put it on this piece of foam. Makes it a lot easier. Organizes everything, and then it tells you if anything says BP, it's bipolar. That means it can go in either way, but if not, just follow the symbols. There's positive and negative. Longer lead is positive, shorter lead is negative, and it's marked on the board what's positive and negative. You just take out what's there, look at it, make sure it's the same value. Should match the UF here, which is microfarads. It says 330 UF, that's 330 microfarads. And voltage doesn't really matter as long as it's equal to or greater when you're replacing it. So if it's 35 volts already and it says to replace with 100 volts, that's fine because it's greater. If it says 35, you're fine. You have to equal to or better, but you cannot mess around with the microfarads. We actually had a discrepancy where one of them was incorrect on this chassis. Somebody put one in and he said to put a different value, so I questioned it, and then I realized that that other one was a different brand, so I assumed somebody swapped it. Maybe it broke off or something happened. I always go by Peter's kits. They're really accurate. and they're not too expensive if you see what you get. You're getting, this is really what you're paying for. Instructions on how to do it, and you just have to mark off as you go along, which I don't think I've been doing. I missed one of them. C480. I might have done C408. Yeah, I did mark. I usually put a dot because I used to cross them out, but then you need to go back. You can't see what you crossed out because you did it in marker. Although I do admit I do scan these before I work on them in case I need to refer to a PDF. I don't share them at all online, and don't ask me because I will not share it with you. You need to get them from Peter. I really support his work. He's part of the community. But I do have them scanned just in case I need to refer to something. I can go to it and double check that, you know, if something happened, I lost this or something, or it crossed it out, I can't see it, I just go online, my Dropbox, and there it is. I can get it on my phone or whatever. All right, cool. But yeah, don't be intimidated. We all got to start somewhere, right? I learned from John. If you go to John's Arcade Cap Kits, he actually explains it really well, and that's how I learned. You know, now I feel like pro at this. Yeah, Mike. Sometimes when you're in a group, it gets you motivated to do stuff. Yeah, especially when friends are around. That's why I always wanted to do a stream with you, because then we get stuff done, you know. But it's just been, my schedule has just been crappy. So, and it's not, you know, it's not anybody's fault. Just I have a lot of parent stuff to do on the weekend. I'm not a soccer mom, but I drive around a lot for my son. Almost, he's doing track. He's a track and field star. He's on the varsity team, and he's doing really, really well. Where he goes to invitationals, and it's pretty close to qualifying for state, actually. Really fast. I'm very proud of him. And then my daughter does dance. She's actually having a recital tomorrow, which I can't make it to, unfortunately, because I have to work tomorrow night. I got Sunday night football to work. So, twist my arm, right? Working football games instead of doing this recital. But, you know, I like to do stuff, and we got our flowers and stuff, so I gotta get to her before I go to work. All right. So that's all done. We did that. Now I guess so. The hard part's done. I knew I should have attacked those first because everything else is out in the open except for this one over here. And forgot to put on my diopters. I'm like reaching on my head and they weren't there. Back to the. So. Sticking my head in here. Looks like C413. So I'll mark it off first. Point 2 at 50 volts. Grab it from here. Point 2, I'm looking at it. One at 50. 2.2 at 50. Two of them, so I'm gonna grab one. I marked it off already, and I'm gonna put it just ready to go. I have to go here. See which direction it's. Okay, they were a little wide. Think that. Exception is. I think that's half of it. I'm gonna grab this. That did it. Yes, half of it. The other half is up. Got it. That's the... This one's kind of... Sometimes I'll wiggle it as it's cooling and then it doesn't. This one isn't. And that negative. Yep, that was it. All right. Well, 2.2 at 50. That one. This one didn't have glue. Those big ones stink. All right, so this is getting put in the correct way. I'm double checking. Accuracy. I'm just having a hard time. Tiny, tiny pad. I think it got. Double checked it. That way. Working my way. Go for this one. That one has glue. I'm like, really? This one has glue. Oh, I said a bad word. Sorry. Trying to make it a family channel here. Wow. Curse you, glue. Out, but it's... Wow, that was a lot of glue on. This is C307, I think. 7. That's 1,000 at 25. This is 1,000 at 16. So that's what I mean. Greater. So Peter does a really good job where this one here says 1,000 at 16 volts, but the new one, the replacement that he's going to put in there, 1,000 at. That way it's more robust, as long as it's equal to or better. So you could have put another 35 in there if you wanted to, but would not be able to put like 100 microfarads at 25, for example. It has to have the same first part, and it repeats. That's what that is. It's 25 volts, 1,000 at 25. It just keeps repeating. 1,000 at 20. This one. Oh, this one was 16 volts. 16, 5 is greater, good to go. If it's less, you don't want to do that because then this isn't rated to be what it's supposed to. Chassis. So there you go, double down. Very easy to do. Just takes practice, and if you're doing hundreds of them, you know, for one chassis. Now I'm getting a little lazy, guys. I don't think I'm gonna scrape this little thing. I don't know. I feel like it's overkill. I'm gonna put it right over it. Put it in there. This is negative and that's positive. Already marked it, so pack this one in there, holding it. I'm just getting enough on there just to hold it in place. And I can let go and go on. Back. Cut it off. I can read. I'm sorry, reading right. I can write with my right and left hand, by the way. I'm ambidextrous, so I don't know if you knew that, anyone. I can throw with my left hand too in baseball. Switch hit. Probably baseball is what did it, but my grandfather is also the same way. He does everything with his left, and I guess they thought it was witchcraft back in the day, so they taught him to write with his right hand. Because they thought anybody left-handed was from the devil or something. So anyway, I'm the same way. Like I dial the phone with my left hand. I drive with my left hand because I'm used to driving stick shift when I was younger or whatever. So there you go. There's something you just learned. So that one I just checked off already. We're good. Move on. This one here. Tap. See. This one is also glued in, so I can't tell if I got it or not. For that VR. VR is right there. Thing is perfect. Yeah, that is definitely it. It is stuck in there. Both out. That glue is a son of a gun. I gotta be careful because the glue is actually holding in these two. Is 1000 at 16. Probably the same type as the other one. 16. Trying to see what it is. Locked. Oh, C520. 1025 it says to put in there. And it looks like the music's still playing there. I'm looking at it. Great. Yeah, double down. If you have any other questions, just email me at delsarcade@gmail.com. It's pretty simple. It's DELS arcade. It's one word at Gmail. Or I'm on Instagram as well at Del's Arcade. The same thing at DELS arcade. But I check probably mail or whatever more. But just in case it gets spammed, I figured I'd tell you the socials. Throw it in there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to because I don't want to take this out. You can see how that gets glued in there, and that's holding these two wires here, giving them strain relief. So 1000. Trying to get in there. Yeah, that's right. Negative goes. You know what? I have no choice. I am not taking that glue out. Supporting something. Back it in. I hold it in place and well, tomorrow I do work, like I said. I work at 3 p.m. though, which is not too bad, so I can sleep in a little bit. But I do have to not sleep in too late. My daughter's, like I said, I'm gonna talk to her and congratulate her on her recital and stuff that's about to happen. And I'm really big into family. Family's super important. I think in general it is, but for me, it's Thanksgiving is probably my favorite holiday, bigger than Christmas and anything, because I get to spend it with family. So, you know, I'm not sure if I'm doing anything this year, but, you know, in the past, it's always been pretty huge. This one's a little crooked. It's still in there. It's fine. It's contacting what it needs to do, but it's because it's like a hump there because of that glue. This is a bigger cap, so I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm not messing with these at all. I don't want this to break. The rest are tiny caps. Man, this thing, how many we have left? This might be a two-parter, people. Starting to get tired. I really want to knock out the little caps. I feel like those will go. They're all the same, right? Looking at them off camera. One at 50. One here. Oh, 10 at 50. Of course they're different. I was going to say I could knock them all out really fast. This is 35 at... No, 10 at 35. 10 at 35, 10 at 35. Looks like some of these were replaced and some weren't. Like, I don't understand. Whoever did this last. Let me do the one that's different first. Unless it's very possible this is wrong. This says 10 at 50. This says 10 at 35, which is the same thing. I bet you they replaced these two. 10 at 35, 10 at 30. So there's 5 of them. C3. Keep getting in the way. 10 at 50 volts, C305. E60. On at 50 volts. Oh yeah, that is one. And at 50. But 305 is 10. Those are also 10. I'm going to swap out this first one at 315. Different. Quick. One at 50 volts. Let's grab that one. Goes from right up. So crooked, so hard to get to. But I got it. So 1 at 50 is 316. Check that. That is in correctly. Solder it. I also took out some. Supposed to put that back. Back it on. Keep getting confused because they're both red. All right. And this one is done, and it's correct polarity. Yep. That's... Now these other ones I think are all 10. I can just knock them out all at once. 10 at 35, 10 at 35, 10 at... That's T305. Doing it off cam. Be awake. Five. 8 is bipolar. What? I looked. Oh, yes, it is. Five. And is 5 is not. These do not look bipolar to me. Could be wrong. Eight, 9. Bipolar, yep, they have beep next to it. And 305. Come on. That was a little confusing. It says it on the paper, so I just read it. I just sneezed. Did the noise suppression get it? No, I'm kidding. I actually muted it. Alright, this is now out. Like a wrestling match with this chassis here. This one's 10 at 50. Regular cap. 10 at 50. And at 50. So this I'm going to put in right away. I was going to do all of them at once, but some of them are bipolar, so not a good idea. And this one I almost put in backwards. Double check myself. Just this one, it's not the same orientation. What it was. Back this one in there again. Upped it. Batting 1,000 tonight. Backing that there. Double down. The good advice I can give you is get a good soldering iron, because it will make, you're going to make a mess like if you use an old one, and when you get a new one it's going to make you look like this electronic genius, because they're just so good. They're like night and day, honestly. I would suggest the Hako 888D, but now there's another one. One do I have? I actually upgraded. It's called the FX 888DX. It's a new one. The 888D had flaws in it. This one is way better. It has a knob on it. I'll show it to you really fast. Looks like that. It has a knob on it instead of the up and down enter, and it's less confusing. You just turn it to adjust the temperature, or you can just set it to a preset. I'm soldering at 750. You can solder at 650 as well, but I feel like for chassis, sometimes it needs a little hotter to get to the thicker pads. But I'm desoldering at 650. All right, so mark that one off. Check it. The others are bipolars. These 3 are now bipolar, so I can remove all these 3 at once. Let me check. I think it's these 3 on here that are bipolar. Yep, 50 at 10, 10 at 50 volts for these. I'm going to take these out all at once. I usually don't do that. I don't recommend it. I recommend doing one at a time if you're starting. Since these are all the same, chances are I will not screw. But they are twisted. Kind of straighten it out. Soldering iron. This one's out. So these I can just pull out. I know they're all the same. I want to make sure it's bipolar. Yep, bipolar. Excellent. Definitely. It's hard to get to this angle too. And these are really hard to tell them apart. There's so many things in here. I'm gonna put this one back on. I think I desoldered the wrong. It happens, especially when there's so many things clumped together. Having a hard time. Right out. Bingo. Other one. And so just to show you what I'm dealing with, there's a ton of traces, you know, and leads, and you're not really sure what's what. So you see the one I'm wiggling? I thought it was like the one next to it on the left, right? Like there's so many in a row, it's really hard to tell what's what. But I managed to get it, so gotta be patient. But my trick to it is I put my finger on one side, and as I desolder it, I kind of give it a little wiggle, and if I see it wiggling on this end, then I'm like, ah, that's it, and I just keep going. This is not a chassis I would recommend for starters to work on, honestly. E301. Sorry. No, this is C309. Yep. Bipolar, and now I gotta go for the last one over here. And that one looks parallel. No, actually it's not. This one's a pain too, but that one was up there. The other one probably. Yep, see, wiggling it, and I can see it work. So when I say wiggle it, this is what I'm doing. So this is the one right here. How I wiggle it. So I'll just like wiggle it a little bit as I'm doing it, and if I see it moving, I'm yes, that's it, and I just keep going and do the rest of it. That's one side, and then I start desoldering station. The other side is here, but you see how it's smushed? It's really hard to get to. There's the one that wiggles. So wiggle it as I go, and now now it's free. Put the pad with it. That's the problem with putting them in sideways like that. Totally rips them out, so kind of hold this. Trying to find. See how they're both coming out? Thing is, no, it's like attached to it. So I'm gonna have to rebuild that. And yeah, this is definitely gonna be a two-parter, man. This is long. Put on my so just kind of just scraping everything off it. Just to get most of it off. See. Yep, that I feel like that's happening. Really don't trust these are tiny. Just to be safe, I'm gonna make sure I cover on this so I won't. So. I think I need to. It's always good to go over it. Oh. So I'm just, that one looks fine. I'm just, takes off the option. 1, 2, 3. All good. I go over it with some alcohol. Now I get to put those 3 bipolar. Three right here. I'm gonna put them all in through the top, and they do not have markings on. Pushing them in, they're a little too bit. Keeps them. It's gonna hold them in while I do it. Back them in. Difficult because I have to repair them. Where would we be without music, right? Seem very dull. I hear none, and I'm. All right. Can't really see. Hard to get it. Right, let's see. Kind of bent. That's good. They're all done. My marker. And bipolar. I mark them off. Got do you want the politically correct answer for that? Bawadaba. Did I say that right? Bawadaba 1337. Yeah, it's a late now hangout. It's probably going to be a little later too because I'm not quite done. But I do use a fume extractor when soldering. Politically correct answer would be to be yes, I'm using it right now, and you can't hear it because of noise suppression on the microphone. But the answer is no, I'm not using it tonight. But I typically do, and I'll show it to you. You can actually see where it extracted. It's actually plugged in. It's turning. It's pretty noisy. But I got this one on Amazon. You can see where it's filtered, see how it kind of sucked in the dust too. But it has a replaceable filter. I have a few of them that it comes with. And that's it. Basically, it has these arms so you can actually hold stuff right in front of it and it sucks it right out. But I'm not using it at the moment. I do have it plugged in there. This is how loud it is. Not full speed yet. Now it's full speed. But it distorts my voice. You hear it when I'm talking. So trying to noise suppress it doesn't really work right. So, for the sake of the greater good, I decided to. But it's not, you know, I have techniques too, like while I'm doing it. I usually exhale, so it's blowing it away from me. And then sometimes I also have my air purifier, like right over here, which you can't hear, that's on. So I have a big basement. I think it's pretty fine the way I'm using it. I'm not breathing it in directly. But I tend to use it more often than not when I'm not streaming. I do it all the time. As you can see, it was plugged in. So I just basically put it on the end of the table here. It sucks everything that way. Through that filter. It's like a carbon filter. All right. That answers your question, hopefully. Hey, Barricade, what's going on? I'll give you a shout out. Barricade has a nice, quaint channel, I would say. He does a lot of streams unique when it comes to Dance Dance. Comes to Dance Dance Revolution, it's a unique channel. I believe you're working there, right? Arcade, work at an arcade now, and he does a lot of streaming with gameplay and DDR especially, which is really, you don't see that a lot because DDRs are rare to stream. You can't do that from home. You know, you can. There's some you can do, you know, but he uses the real machines. It's pretty neat. I think there's you do the console ones from home, but the real ones are out there. But yeah, it's good to see you, man. Catching a different crew now. Looks like there's a shift change when it comes to the crew. I'm gonna check just to see how many people are in on my broken. Man, this is really. I always make fun of people at work with the cracked phones. Here I am. Look at this thing. It's freaking out. Look at that. And to get that to stop, press here. Yeah. Sort of. See, now it's all blank. But now it's back. I can here, put my fingerprint. It all still works. Yep, we got 10 people on. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna probably on Monday. I'm gonna go to Verizon. I'm gonna go to a repair place first and see what they say. They say it's $100 to fix it. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, just you know, the screen's not cracked. I think there's something inside that's loose. That probably happened because I have it in my back pocket all the time. Probably bent. Because when I kind of go like this, it fixes the problem. And it's in a D brand case, which is an expensive case. So I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. I need a phone. I use it all the time. But you know, they're gonna. If I go to Verizon, they're gonna convince me to get a better phone, which I don't want. That Pixel is amazing. I think it's great. It does 4K. I've shot stuff on it. It works great. But I need my phone. It's important. Communicate with the family and for work. So I gotta take care of it on Monday. All right. Oh. Okay, let's keep going. These little caps are a pain in the butt, but once I get all this done, I feel like the home stretch is right there. We'll be close. I'm gonna quickly take this away just to look at it on the diopter here. These are one at 50 volts. These two right here are one at 50 volts. If I can one at 50 volts for here might be fun. Oh, there's one. This one here. If it's 100. Covered. This is what I'm dealing with. Can't see any. Loose. And then good. Right, so these I want to get. So one at 50 and these are bipolar. I think I have a whole bunch of bipolar. Looking at this right here. Not telling. Marked off all the bipolar. Oh. I just can't see them. Angle. Oh, there they are. See the negative. Can't tell what it is. Let me just look to see. I'm putting my face in this thing to try to see the marking. See, that's a C5. I can't tell if that's for this one. 506. B505. Something that's covered with glue. So it looks like 504 and 505. 50. 504, 505 is. And at 50, probably 550, 507. Who's covering it? Oh, C507. Barely can see it under that. Kind of covered. So it's these two. Let me mark those off. 505. These two, I bet you, are one at 50. 515 and 516. 515 and 516. I think those are the ones that are. Let's see if I. Supersonic vision. $515 actually. 560. That's 100 at 16 volts. So I'm going to replace this one first, just out of the way. On B525. 525 on here. 525 100. That's 100 at 16. This 525. $100 at 50 volts. Let's grab that one here. 50 volts. These are the one at 50. 100 at 100. This is 47. Doing extreme close-ups to get you guys in it. So we're gonna replace this one in the middle here. Right. These are really hard to. So many. I just got to figure out which way the axis is going up and down. Probably. Try not to get. Oh. Try not to get the cord. That would really suck. I burn. Oh look, it's. Come on. Can't get my fingers in there, so I'm gonna grab this. This one is 100 at 16. This one, 100 at again. getting my face in here. Solder that. You know, after all this, if this crap doesn't work, a lot of these traces are questionable. Surprised this thing worked. We'll have to see. All right, so let me just double check the polarity on that. Now the rest should be 50. Here's 47. I feel like I should do that first, just the weird ones, just to get them out of the way. $47 at 50, and that's C617. $50. Back to yes. Solder it on. Thing tangles up. So, funny story. This Hako that I have, this new one, reason I had to buy it, my other one's sitting under my desk here. I was trying to do something where I was changing the presets or something, and this is why they redesigned it, by the way. But the old one, I went into the calibration menu by mistake, thinking I'm changing the temperature. I don't know if it's happened to anybody else on the web, but they know about it because they acknowledge it, but they will not give you a new one. I screwed it up and I said, hey, they probably will give you a new one. But I called them up. I said, hey, you know, this thing isn't whatever. So they say, what's your serial number? They did whatever. They said, hey, that's not in our system. What's going on? I said, maybe you have a bootleg, they said. I said, there's no way. I've been doing this channel for years. I've had it on this channel. I had this thing about probably 9 years or maybe 8 years. And they're like, yep, it's not in our system. Can you take a picture of it? So they took a picture of it. I sent it to them. They said, yeah, here's a real one and here's yours. And it was totally fake. However, my pencil that I had, the bootleg one, doesn't tangle like this one. It's made of some other material that's way better. This one tangles for some reason. I just noticed that on the real one. So the real one tangles, the bootleg one does not. So it fits in perfectly, and I've actually swapped it where I'll just bring the base with me when I'm traveling, and I have the other one in the travel bag, the bootleg pencil that I use, because the pencil still worked. I thought it was actually a thermistor or something like that, or some sort of thermostat that was broken. I replaced it, and it turned out it's just I screwed up the settings. And the reason I found out is I was trying to reset it by the instructions on Hako's site, and it wouldn't work. I said, I don't understand. So I called tech support. Why isn't this thing resetting to factory again? They said, because it's not ours. I found out the hard way. It sucked. You know, you live and learn. Oh, you know what? I don't think I cut that one. Cut it. It's happened before. I know someone who forgot to cut them. They put them all in and then they just didn't cut them and put it all together, and it shorted out and messed up the chassis. They shall remain nameless. Happens to only here. Middle one's done. That one's done. I can mark that one now. Less. You. Wow. I feel like we nailed a whole bunch of them. Great. So I'm going to do the one at 50s. And what is this? And at 50. Or 10s at. What is this? We'll find out when we take them out. Let's take out the one at 50s. They're a pain in the butt because they're tiny. We got to take these. Take out the bottom one first. Lifted pet. Or touch. So this mist pack I had was really stored in a terrible place. Where it had a lot of rust on it. So I wouldn't doubt that this chassis is all screwed up too. And the original chassis usually comes with a G07 that was not in there. This instance. Somewhere along the line, somebody swapped it out. Yeah, this pad is definitely off. Right. Okay. Got the right one. Glad I went for them. The other one is. Got my head buried in here. They're really difficult to take out. They're lifting pads like crazy. And it's not because I have to heat up too much. It's because whoever soldered these in didn't do it great. They bent them all. Trying to take them out ends up breaking this pad. Yeah. It's two. That's why I'm dreading those little ones. Ugh. All right, so those are out. Let me get them ready. Actually, let me see what they are first. Definitely takes patience. 505 and 507. One. I marked those. So these are just a little jacked up. Super tiny. Surface mount people are probably laughing at me. That ain't tiny. Hang on 1 second, let me grab some water. Music's still going, I'm looking at it. Yeah, the little, this is probably the problem child chassis. I've never had this many lifted traces before, even on like the Go7, which is by Electro Home. Those are more common, like Miss Pac-Mans and Midways always have Go7s in them. K7000 is way better than this one. I mean, this one I just see all these lifted traces. I think it's because this is a later model. I feel like a lot of the manufacturing process was done a lot cheaper, so it's not as robust as the older ones. I think I have to get this. I'm gonna see if I can capture this one all my monitor here. Let's make sure to see where it. I think what I gotta do, I feel like I can't get in close enough. I have to lift it up to do it. I think I'm gonna swap out. I gotta buy a lens for this thing. It's an interchangeable lens, Sony. And I think if I get one that has more zoom on it, I can get in a little deeper. And you get what I'm doing is I'm holding it up, and it's hard. These are the traces right here. Try to hold it up while I do it. I feel like some of them are like white, missing a lot of the off. Actual, they look huge on here, but look at the size of my finger compared to it. Back on that, they're actually. I gotta fix this one, just so we save to scrape away next to it. Solder on. So I'm gonna look and try to zoom. This one I think is fine. This one is completely missing. So I have to do here. It's supposed to be silver. See how it's flopping around there? That's actually the pad. So if I were to try to solder that, it wouldn't work. I have to actually. I gotta scrape here. So give it something to adhere to. This is gonna make everybody not want to ever solder or cap kits. I'm telling you, it's never this hard. I'm trying to keep it on the camera. I have a monitor straight in front of me that's looking right at the output. I got it because a lot of times I'd be off camera, but this allows me to look at it better. So there's one. This'll, you'll see it'll just shine after. You'll see the. My finger together. You can go, if you wanted to cheat, you can put it through and just connect to this. You don't even have to scrape. Some people, it's all on the same trace. Fine. This one looks like it's fine, but here. Because I'm holding. one looks like it's fine around it. This one I think is good because there's a lot of meat around it. Up with the all right, I'm gonna go ahead and solder them up. And I'm gonna do something additional to these actually. I'm gonna add some flux. Usually don't, but just it'll guarantee that it flows correctly where it needs to. And I'm gonna use this, feeding it some flux pen. Just basically like a magic marker. Applies flow. All right, flow right on. They never use it. The flux is so good, but these traces just think. I've seen a lot worse. Trust me, where they're all burned up and you have to run jumpers. Like DL7s, you got to run it from like one point to another point and run it. But those I feel are easier than this. These are so small that they. It could be user error. Maybe I have it set too hot. For those two, I can't remember what was. I can't remember what 505. Gotta pay attention to polarity. Holes to put. Correct. Over. And this is where it gets weird. You have to run them along traces. So pack these in really. There's two that are fine. Tack those. I say tack, I mean I just do. I know. Pretty sloppy. Okay. Let me. There's just too much. Go up. Rest it up. All right, so totally up. I was just tacking in there. I tacked these two in, hold it in place, and now these are kind of loose. I'm gonna take this up to you guys. But I'm gonna see how that trace is facing that way. Bend this one. And then this direction. This one I'm going to bend in this direction. Oh, so I'll show you what I mean. So I'll bend this one here. This one. See? Kind of following where. These are done, so I'm going to cut these. That way I can get in there. It's really hard to get in there. Oh, and I also need to cut. Cut them ahead of time because it's really hard to cut them once they're soldered in sideways. All right, now I just push them down. Solder them on. Solder, you see how fast, as I put the flux, like, those are good. Check them. Feel like I can. I'm gonna stick my head in here. I just want to get it. Good job here. Trying to find it. How could I miss it? I'm gonna get in here. I'm gonna ignore that I'm filming stuff. One. All right, those are done painstakingly. You know what? After doing this monitor, I don't know if I'd ever cap one. I don't know. Maybe. I think if there was one that I got that wasn't working at all, definitely wouldn't touch it. But if it was already working and it looked good, I'd plan to get a few caps here and there, sure. Durable cap that out. Another one, L5. So hard to see. 320. 319. Cheap. .10. Is that an error? 0.10. There's some. I think that's in there. I gotta let Peter. So I'm just thinking that from a business perspective. He's probably made hundreds of hits already. Have this typo in. Instead of swapping them all out, probably best bet is to have an addendum somewhere on his website. He can put like, hey, the following cap kits have errors. Here are the corrections listed on one website page versus changing them all out. You know, he'll moving forward he'll change them, but he won't take the old ones out that are back. Just thinking out for him. Okay. And I don't think I never heard of 0 point. Unless the way I can tell is there's no. Oh no, there is. Never mind. It's a tantalum cap. But those weren't tantalum caps. Oh. Well, I didn't take them. Looking at this to try to see what they are. This is 10 at 50, and this is 0.1. Oh. Okay, so the tantalum caps look like this. These are them right there. And I believe there's 2 of them, right? There's one tantalum cap, 0.10 and 0.47 tantalum cap. So these are actually 2 different values. I have it says plus 104, plus 1474. So I'm assuming the one that says no plus 474. There's 474 at 50 and 104 at 50. So I'm guessing you move the decimal over. Get 0.47. No, that's not it. I have to look it up. But I'm pretty sure the one with the greater value is it. Where's James? He's probably still not on anymore. Anyway, I'll look it up. I'm gonna Google it. Values, and I'll let you know. 1 second. Man, this thing is like horror stuff. Let's just do this one. 0.10. I do that, it should show me what part number. Browser. Says 106 on it. This one says 104. Wonder if that's close. And you know what? I just I was messing around with OBS today. That's the software I'm using. And I had a desktop share screen on it, and I'm like, I'm not gonna need that today, so I kind of killed it off. And I would have loved to show you guys what I'm doing here. You know, searching for this part. And I'm still doing a little search. All right, let me try the opposite. I'm going to put in 104. I think 104 is 0.1 if I remember right. 200 piece tantalum caps. Or radio. Yep. 104 is a smaller one. And then 474 would be 0.4. Yep, 0.47 UF. Oh, these are. Want to double check before. Yeah, so 104 is definitely 0.1 UF microfarads. It's just I guess the tantalum caps, they just put a number on there because they're so tiny. It says 104 on it, so that's correct. That's one. I'm just looking up the 4. Yep, 474 is 0.47 UF. All right, I just learned something. Hopefully you guys did too. Pain in the butt. Yeah, James, there he is. He popped in. Yeah, so 474 is 0.47 as well. Those are the two that are included on here. They're so tiny, really hard to read. And I remember 104. I should have known that because they're very popular, like on Pac-Man boards and stuff like that, where I had the round ones. I don't know if they were tantalum or if they were ceramic. I can't remember. I think they were tantalum. Is there a marking, really, for polarity? Now that, man, you're saving me twice. One with no polarity with BP, right, for bipolar. And then now with this. So, oh yeah, there's a little plus sign. So I'm gonna put this in at an angle here. I'm gonna see if I can see. This is what I want to. I don't know if it's gonna try. I'm gonna give it a shot. All right, you see that? There's 104 and there's a little positive sign. So the positive sign, positive is negative. Wow, that's amazing. Really, really tiny. I can't believe that actually came up on camera. All right. I should have known you were on, James, because like there's been times, right, I'm like when I was working on that multi for the 16B multi for the Sega. Oh, hang on a second, it's giving me an error. Yeah, we're still streaming, right? Yeah, gave me an error for the. I usually record this as I go. Gotta figure out what I gotta do. Stopped recording. Hang on, let me just. I'm planning on doing integrating this into my Ms. Pac-Man restoration episode, so I'm recording it in 4K on the side. That I think I just have to copy it over. Here we go. Hang on a second. That open. I think it's going up. I want to make sure I didn't close the browser. And I'm gonna throw it away side real fast. All right. Yeah, one of my drives I'm using to record this on is really tiny. Just a scratch drive, and I recorded to there saying, oh, I won't fill it up, and it sure did. I'm just moving stuff around. Bummer. How big is the file? 107 gigabytes. Okay, I can move that. This one is 40 gig. Alright, so I'm gonna take these two files. Stream wasn't supposed to be this. Oh, it's saying there's not. Okay, I'll just move it to my monster drive here. And I have like a terabyte. Sorry, just doing some maintenance. It just crashed on me here. It might take a while because it's moving to a spinning drive. I mean, I can continue working. I just want to catch the end to record it because it's going to be me trying it out. All right, so while that copies, I can just close all that. Here. Back to OBS. Okay, we're that. Yeah, so James, you're right. That 16B is good. Actually, I don't know if you know Nintendo Arcade channel. He named it Al's Arcade now. It's Alex. You know Alex? Yes, Sky Skipper. Good friend of Whitney's, good friend of ours too. They're all good friends of ours, but he did a stream now unboxing like 90 PCBs that he just picked up recently in a pickup. And one of the games that he got was just the half of Shinobi. Like, you know how it has that memory card on top where the multi replaces it? He just had the bottom board. So I think he said one of his friends was interested. So I was like, hey, if it falls through, I'd like to buy it because I'm looking for one for my multi, because my multi, I'm using my genuine Shinobi board. I'd rather not. I'd rather use a crappier one because that one's in pretty mint shape, and it's stressing me that the memory thing is separate because of the multi. I don't want anything to happen to it. Yeah, Alex Crowley. Yep, that's him. Great channel. Al's Arcade. He just created a new arcade channel. He has 1,000 subscribers already. I mean, it's only like a few weeks old. But you know, he's well known. Alex is had some other good stuff with RMC, The Cave. Arcade Archive, I think, was his old channel. Alright, so now that I straightened that out, again, I got slowed down by that because... So now I can actually take them out. So let me grab these two. And let's look to see if they are right there. I think that... So I'm going to grab that one first. I think they know that too when they put them in. They're like, we're ruining these pads. Really awful. Nothing you can rip them right. That one came out pretty good. Let's see. This one is 10 at 50. Oh, it turns out the thing is correct at 0.10. It's not a mistake. But I would have had his back if it was. All right. Double check. I'm just looking at this, making sure that I have everything. Let's make sure that's looking at. Yep. Man, James, good call on the polarity. I would have been there like trying to figure it out. So microscopic on there, on that tantalum cap. Thank you once. That one came out good. No issues. Solder pad at all. And mark that one off. The second one, which is below it. With the same orientation. Yes. Right next. This is the one I'm replacing with that tantalum cap. Oh wow. How are you supposed to get things out? Yep. Yep. And I ripped the pad out. It's just, I think they're just stuck on there. It had nothing to do with my heat. Just, oh, they're just. All right, so this one is the, wow, never seen that out. I think that's cool. They probably don't make these in. It says 0.1 microfarad. They're replacing it with and positive would be on the leg that's out a little bit. But before I do that, I just want to see if there's enough pad for this to get away with just putting this on here without having to scrape again. Hard to tell. Yeah, we're good. We're good. There's plenty on there. So, positive would direction. Positive towards the edge. Positive is also longer. Normal. Kind of hold. Back it in. It's not. I want it. Now, I don't know if you heard that, but when I was doing that, I was breathing out. Or I would blow away so that that smoke immediately goes away. The other drum. All right, that one I can't mark. I'm gonna try though. Let me try it. Right. Good enough. All right. Let's see. Let's count on 1, 5. 540. Let's knock that one out because I almost missed it. And at 50. It's like next to that little transformer. Funny, I still have the hat on. Perfect. Something to get. Oh, I can't reach it. Swan. Check it again. And at 50. Okay. Gotta hold in there while I do. This is why I do a lot of overtime at work, because sometimes I'm up really late doing this at home. Right now it's like 1 o'clock, right? Western or Pacific time, but it's almost 4 a.m. here in the East. However, sometimes I'll work really late overtime at work where I'll stay till like 4, and I think, hey, I can do soldering at home, which is fun, or I can just do this, which is not bad too. Kind of fun, depending what you're doing, and get paid. So a lot of the times I'll stay, so I do a lot of overtime if I can. Gotta pay for the hobby and all this high-end equipment, you know. Gotta pay for it somehow. It's fun. All right, so I can mark that one off. I'm just double checking the clarity. All right, starting to dwindle here with the apps. I'm looking, I really want to find this one. They're weird. I want to get rid of that panel. I'm kidding. I don't know why I marked it off. B617. I think because I was going to knock it out. Searching for it. I'll come to it. Come to it. All right, well, I have to do these. 515. 590. 515 is 50 volts. 519 is 20 at 35. We gotta do one at a time. So 515. This is killer. It's this one. Hopefully that didn't lift. I'm trying to get that. One is one at 50. Forget to mark it. 5-1. One at 50. Here's the last. Hopefully you can hear me. I feel like I'm talking really low, but hear the microphone. This has a questionable trace, but since we're on the same plane, merging, wait, it's guaranteed to connect. Okay. That was the last one at 50. Last small. Okay. 519. Can't read this. 516, 519. 517, 519. These are really hard to place with. That way. Smushed. Another smush. This one is this one is 516. 47. I'm trying not to drop it. 47 and 25. One that's I think I messed up. 516. I'm gonna mark that one off. That says 47 at 50. That's not one of those. 47. Unless I took it out. So I'm missing one. Uh-oh. I have to make a note here. 47 at 50. 5 was. I did inventory, right? 47 at 50. I put one in. That's where you got to go. If you have one missing, you have to go back and be like, okay, did I put a 470 in? Did I put a 4.7 in? Did I put a 0.471 in? Looking for similar. So according to this, there should be two 47 at 50s. They didn't have 0. I'm looking underneath to see maybe if I dropped it, if I put it underneath. But this thing is pretty accurate. I have it on here. I just realized that. And not what I wanted to do. On mine. Comes off without. Came right out. 47. Could be this. Maybe I put that in by mistake, but cancel them. I haven't done. We have another 47. 47. There's two at 50 volts. I remember seeing. Marked them all. Wait, maybe I didn't. With 2 dots, no? No. I got 3. I'll never. This one, 470 at 35. So 470. 470 at 35 is still. One on. Here it is, 470 at 30. That's should be a small one. Like this one's 1 at 50. This one right here. This one here is 0.47. 220 at 5 volts. Up any second now. 100 at 50 volts. And at 50. The rest are huge. $100 at volts. 50, those 100, 30,000. Guess I'm missing one. Wonder if it fell out somewhere along the line, because I did find one on the floor the other day. Could have fallen out of here. So let me go check my parts, because I remember seeing that. So what do I need? 47, 516. 47 at 50 volts. Put a little question mark next to 47. But that's also a common error of what I just did. I checked all my other ones. Like sometimes I'll put that in by mistake. A lot of times I won't see the decimal. 4.7 UFF. But I double checked everything. Everything looks correct. So I think that 47 at 50 I have, and I put it away by mistake. So let me go ahead and run to the parts bin. I'm actually going to switch cameras here. Everything. I'll be right back. All right, took a little while because I was going through my parts. I did find a 47 at 250 volts, but technically would be okay, right? Because I need 50 volts. So it's pretty big considering I would switch. So it's pretty big, 47 to 250. It would work, but I really rather not put this gigantic thing. You know, I mean, look at it compared to like what it should be. It should be around this size, right? Big comparison. But we also did the opposite, where we took a big one and put a small one in. So I'm going to look through these parts. I had labeled them 4.7 at 250, and I thought I had mixed them up in here. Then I saw these here, 47 at 16 volts. I can't remember what I had. See, I have another one, 47 at 250. These are 22s. See, they're half and half, so this is 22. Just double checking that I didn't accidentally put them in here. These are also, I'd rather not put these are 22 or 25. Yeah, these are Ritchie brand. I'd rather have Michicons all the way. Let's double check to see. This is 47 at 50 volts. Is that what I need? 470. 47 at 250. 47 at 50. I think this is the one. I filed it away. Everybody makes fun of me for always filing my crap away. But yeah, so it was in the correct bin too. Man, that was a close one. So I found it. And I just realized my batteries are dying on this. I want to swap them out. All right. Let me see how that file's doing, because I was trying to swap stuff over. Looks like that file copied. And let me look at my drives now. Nice and empty. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and continue recording here. Okay, we're good. All right, so yeah. Thank goodness, right? Hey, what's up, XGA303? Welcome to the stream. To the very long stream. So I've been working on this for a little bit. We had a little sidetrack where I missed a part and I found it. So I found one on the floor, I think today. I filed it where it should go, 47 at 50, and I happen to need it 47 at 50. So what I found on the floor was actually it fell off of this thing. It shouldn't have, but it did. Did find it. Yeah, that other one would have not fit in here. I had to have it stick way up off the chassis. This barely. $50. Go ahead and solder this one in. Just marking it off. Okay. The one up there. This one is 519. Here. Fix this. 519. 220 at 30. Put on the edge, so no. Let's desolder this one here. Now, at some point, I need to see if I get lucky. Yep, found it. On this vent. Get it. That's something else. Oh, that's one. Up and down. This one. I'm gonna add solder because I feel like it's gonna rip right out if I don't fix these other ones. What a pain. That one. Not one. This one here is 220 at 16. This is being replaced by 220 at 35, so that is correct. Pop that back in here in these spaces where you can't get in. I'm putting it upside down. Solder that guy in there. Easy to solder in, hard to take out. Gotta reflow that one. All right, so those three are done. This last one with the glue. So I'm gonna have to try to pull it off or cut it out actually beforehand because it's attached to something else. So. attached to it like a diode. Trying to cut it. That'll work. Now hopefully I can get it out. That one. Gonna be a little harder. I gotta clean it. I keep saying that, but now this side just gotta rip out. Is out of the soldered. Look at that. Look at all that glue on it. This tiny little one does not make any sense. And this is, I think it says 100. What position is that? C511. Thank goodness it wasn't covered up. All right, C511. C511 is 100. 100. 163. So that makes sense. At 100 volts, a lot bigger. I'm gonna stick it in. I'm not gonna bother cutting all that stuff out. Pain. I'm gonna have to tack in it. I got a hole. Tack it on there. Now I'm gonna proper way. Right. Okay. Correct. I corrected. Okay. This whole section's done. That whole section's done. These little ones are all done. That's great. All this is done here. They're all marked. This is all done. That's done over there. These are done. These hard ones here are done. So all that's left is this one on the neck board, which is off camera, and then 1, 2, 4 left over. Must be some I missed right here. Yep. Oh no, I had gotten these. There has to be one cap that's really hard to do. All K7000s have them. I don't know. This one looks like it's... I try to tackle those first because like the harder ones. This looks like... Look, this is disconnected. Look what I found, guys. Got a piece of a cap that I did. It must have fallen in there, and it was actually stuck to the fuse, touching this right here and bridging. I saw that this was a little wobbly here. So because it's wobbly, I want to reflow it really quick. I'm just gonna add solder actually. Fresh solder. Man, that would have been horrible. I would have shorted it out and boom. Let's. All right, so I'm gonna get the one that's difficult. That's the one that's all the way buried. I just saw it a second ago. Did this whole section. I think that was right next to that heat sink. That is C009. All the way at the top. First one. 22 at 50. Make sure I have it. $50. And at 50. 100 at 50. Or 70 at 35. And don't have it. Understand. 22 at Huh. I feel like bolts, did I not do that? That might be one I already did. I just forgot to mark. No, it's not. It's totally. I mean, sorry, it's a totally old cap that I. What did I put 22 at 50? Here's where it gets frustrating for me. There's only one 22 at 50 bolt cap. That's it. Not here. I see it in here. I do have a whole bunch of 22 at 50. Wonder if that was one I popped in too. I have it right here. I'm looking at it. This part's done. 22 at 50 is right here. So I'm just gonna take it and just move on. Things get lost. Whatever. I can only imagine if I didn't have this thing with all the stuff on it. Jumbled mess. 22 at 50. I'm gonna swap out this little bugger here that's buried. Alright, so it's going horizontal. Yeah, it was actually swapped out because it has fresher solder than factory. I was wondering why they would swap these out, not everything else. Maybe they were like, oh, these monitors stink, I'm only doing a few. Yeah, this is another one that's swapped out because it's a Jamicon brand. Doesn't match all the other ones. This is 47 at 35. So I wonder if they swapped them because I feel like I was missing this. 47 at 35 is wrong. Another one that was the Jamicon brand that is incorrect. So now that I saved everything in here. I wonder if this one here, this is 22. Check that out. This is 220 at 25 volts, which is pretty close. I need 22 at 50. I wonder if they not only read this one wrong and put the wrong one in, but they inversed these. Well, whatever. I'm going with Peter's kit. I totally trust his kit. So And what a pain in the butt, right? Let me just look at something really quick. I want to make sure this is still going here. Flashing. Yep, they're still going. Give me a thumbs up. Yep, I just gave. All right, so one goes in that spot. Let me just double check again. C009, 22 at 50. 009, 22 at 50. Yep. All right, here we go. Going in. Hard to put in, but I can get it. Oh man, this is such a pain. There we go. Got it. That is in the correct way. Just saying it out loud so I get it in right. But I gotta take. These pads are just too messed up. I need to clean it. If you could see that, it looks terrible. These right here, a brown there, flux. Wherever put this in, just basically cleaning it up. Here. I use alcohol on here. Take some off of here. Flux here. Now I'm gonna put it back in after all that, right? I gotta take it out and put it back in. So this is I can't do it. My hands are just too. Double checking the polarity. Negative on that side. That is correct. All right. Now I gotta hold it and tack it in. See what I mean? Thanks, Hako. All right. I cut him actually. All right, that one is done. That one almost jammed us up. And one in between. So far we found 2 misplaced caps, maybe even 3, lost track, but there were caps that did not belong there that were confused and opposite. So that makes me feel really good because that might be the reason why it worked. It was just out of spec, why it looked all crazy. Man, I really want to finish this, but I'm so tired. So I'm trying to see how many I have left because I might continue this at another time, maybe tomorrow night. Sorry, I just sneezed off camera. You saw me on there. I really want to finish this, but like late, and the other problem I have is that you make mistakes when you're tired, and I feel like I don't want to make. What is this big one? 330 at 200. That the did this come at the? Oh, that wasn't the film. No, that was 220 at 400. What's that big one? Is that this one up here? Oh yeah, 330 at 2. Wow, so that one goes up here, places it. Well, I wanted to do those last. Maybe I'll do a few more and then call it quits at this point. But so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How is that possible? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I have so many that it's very possible I have extras. That's happened too. That's how I get all my spare caps. A lot of the times is that there's variations in chassis, so you'll have stuff left over, and it's not a problem because it wasn't meant to have it anyway. Oh my gosh, what is this? But loose. Fine. Just a really sloppy heat gun job. Very sloppy. Fine. There's a thing that's loose in here. It's flapping around, and that's because it's the shrink tubing that they just, instead of cutting it, they just laid it flat against the PCB. Too small to show you, but it's actually right there. See it? That long piece is actually shrink tubing. Instead of cutting it off, they shrivel up. Who worked on this? I want to go back in time and see who worked on this chassis. Kind of scold them. Hey, shouldn't have bent them all. Made it a pain in the ass and lifted traces. Maybe I'll just do a few more then. Got the phone. I have 7 people still added. It's a long stream, but like I said, I have tons of music. So hopefully you're hearing that. And I am going to... Maybe what I'll do is I'll just cap it and not test it. I think that's what I'll do. I'll finish the caps, and then we'll actually test it in a future video. Or a future stream. Oh, I see a whole bunch more. Alright. Look and see. I have to get this out before I get those. Get this big one in. These actually, big ones aren't bad. This one sucks because it can totally rip out that trace. Because it's glued down, I cannot tell if I'm pulling on the solder or if it's really glued. That one's definitely out. Have to like tear it out, literally. all that glue. That is 2200 at 35. And it doesn't tell me. And it's funny, there's shrink tubing stuck on the bottom here from the sloppy job. It just fell down, and they were like, it fell down, let's just heat it up and get rid of it. Look at it. Dropped it. So this is what I'm talking about, that I found randomly. Let me tell you, it's so screwed up. Same thing over here. This really doesn't belong here. Look at this. I'm pulling off string tube that got left on by mistake. That just fell down on the PCB. So I'm pulling this out. Trying to grab it. Go. String tubing that just fell on the board. And the employee just said, nope, I'm not doing it, because these things are covered, see? Go. Getting back to this is 2235. I have one here that's 2235 and nice and new. Kick back in. Before I do that though, is that the one that was the one? No, a block. And positive that way. That way correctly, turn it around, and hope you see this camera. That skip. That looks really nice. That looks correctly selected. Next one. Let's untangle this here. Should have just taken everything off. Whole neck board. I didn't fit. This is the next one I got now. Loose. Now loose. Blue is holding it down. This is 1,000. Or this 1,000 at 1,000. Oh no, sorry. Cross. 1,000 at. That is at And I think actually cover it up. I can't even. B1. Oh, well, whatever. I have 1,000 at 1,000 on. No, 1,000 at 50. That's it. 1,000 at. Okay, so. Wow, it's rare to see the same value. Usually goes up. 1,000 at 25 would C107 most likely in the same area, so I'll say yes. So this one goes on here. Positive. And these a lot faster now. Yep. That one is directly. Let's get that other 1,000 one. Actually there. Probably these 100, 100. 100. What was 1,000? 25. 1,000. Okay, so these two right here are the gotta take out 1,000. That is C107 and C105. C105, 1,000. Okay, that makes sense. So now I have all the thousands. Take these two out. That's there. These are actually really big solder pads, so they're easy. Because they're sticking straight out, they're not bent at all. Holding that one in. 3. $1,000 at 25. Next one. Also a shadow. Not straight. Now it's free, but it's glued. Big chunk of glue. 1,000 at 25. Garbage. All right. Since those are there, I'm gonna take these last ones out to make room. So this one's at 2,200 at 35. It's pretty simple. Glad I saved these for last because they're easy. Fun. A lot easier. Easy. I got it. One is glue. You guys see that? You're seeing my struggles. And wow. This is 35. Right, now we can put in those two 1000s. Just positive, negative. Do one at a time because they're facing the right way. Just double, triple check those. Good. Last one. Positive, negative is correct. And I'll tack this one in. Now that's on there. Now I can just solder them all in. Get this one first. Gotta be written. Sometimes I'll save the really thick ones like that for bridging later on. I have a buddy who has another YouTube channel called Retro Tech. Fixes PBMs and stuff. He has really long string, and this one's rivaling one. Let me see him. See my long stream. Those are pretty painless, actually, even though they were stuck in there. One's kind of loose because of the glue, ironically. So I'm gonna reheat that one and push it in better. Let's see if oh, look at that. Way pushed in a lot. Look at that. Sticking way out now. So that one's in there nice. This one is a lot better. I feel like I can make it better. Now I understand why they glued a they're fine. So now I got to do these 100 at 250. Here, 100 at 250 gone, and these look really cheap. These look like they were replaced. Don't look. Yamacon 100 at 250, right? These are both the same. Yeah. Here. I'm gonna clean this up because it's pretty pitiful. You'll see it just looks gross. Different. A lot of people don't do it. Gotta do it. Better connections. And you won't get it all off. Don't scrub like crazy. You'll get most of it off, you see all that. And you'll use this to get the rest off. Overkill, but whatever. They're big caps. Voltage. That looks good. More. It's like there's like solder everywhere. Flashed. Cleaning it up. Alright, now I'm going to put these two in there. Polarity matches, so this negative goes there, that's fine. Up. You know what? I don't like how this looks, actually. It almost looks like these leaked a little bit. Yeah. They just don't look right. A whole bunch of crap. Just flux. Just... Actually, clean it off with a rag. Alright, now it's nice. Stick this in. That way, and then man, those look way better. I'm just thinking now, I'm not going to put these in yet because this one is hard to get to. I'm going to get that out first before I put those in. That one's glued in as well. For no reason. Overkill. This is 470 at 35. Covered so I can't tell. 470 at 35 right here. close up. Okay, good. Yeah, that side's actually negative goes that way. We will tack this in here first. Wow, these are going. This is how I thought the whole cap goes. Get this in. Okay, that one, its polarity looks correct. These two, correct polarity, also correct polarity. Mark those off when I'm done. I'm gonna hold these flush, pack them in. Rest. Probably do it without the diopters, but diopters, you get all the cracks in it. How to get in. Face has to be right in. Don't breathe in this. Oh, I almost burned myself. Felt the heat on myself. Diopter, that you don't know, if you haven't figured out, is magnification level. I'm wearing on my head. Perfect. That looks good. They actually do look better if you mark them up. Too late. It's already done. Those are all done. I don't see any more caps. Looking at this thing. I mean, I got all those. I got all these over here, right? Got all those. That. Got that. What about this? That is C110. Well, before I do that, I want to mark off 100 at 2. I'm going to read them. Covered with. This little tiny one here is C110. C110 is 10 at 50. And 10 at 50. There. Right here on the edge. I got it. Can't grip it. Is 10 at 50. And it's polarized, so. Like negative is facing that way. Correct. Yep. Checking. And I will, I don't know, not staying. Fortunate. Back welded. Back soldered, I meant. Now, what are the chances? I literally went to hold this and I looped this right in there instantly. There. Perfect. Good. That's done. I double checked that already, so we're good. We know it's been right. Let me just mark it. Where are you? Oh, there you go. Oh, I missed you the first time. It was underneath this wire. All right. And that was now anything else? Again, that's the one I just got in that area. And out all these have been done. Good. Good. These are not capped. This one, I have actually 2 caps left. Including that tantalum cap. I really want to know where that goes. I have to double. This goes on the neck board, and the other one that goes on the neck board is K7203, which is 100 at 50. That's what I have left. Yeah, so these two together. These two go on the neck board right there. These two are extra, I'm not sure which happens. So I'm going to look around here because I did replace the here. Very possible. Tantalum. Other tin. Looking really. This thing keeps getting tangled and everything. It sucks. E108. This C617. Don't see anything else. Maybe it's on this. But it would be in the section on. No, it's on the section for the chassis. It's different. So I'm going to go to the 600 section. They're all usually. Here. Still 7. Paste. $617. That was close. Thumper. Has to be an sectional. It keeps hitting my head. So. See R618. Be in this. You see C61. Nothing's covering it. I don't see. So it's possible. A model. Okay. Do this. As also. Looking at ceramic. Those are all three. Close. Okay. These are not in there, but so I think I got the whole chassis, honestly. Are good to go on that. This one. Still one. D103, 470 at 5, I think. I think I did, but I couldn't. There was no marking for it. So all these are all done. 2200 at 35 I got. Back to the gigantic one. So it looks like everything is complete here on this column, on that column, on that column. So we're all good. I'm actually looking at just double checking this that we're all good. We got all these columns. There's two here, which I'm going to mark off right now. 807 and 801. Those are the ones on the neck board. So let's go ahead and knock those out and we'll be done. Finally. Now let me check. I don't know if anybody's in chat, but it seems like my chat hasn't moved in a long time. We're talking like hour, two. Checking the chat here. Live chat. Oh, Arcade Hoarder just went in. Chuck it in, Dell. I guess checking in is what you meant to say. I really want to chuck this chassis out the window is what I want to do. I got 2 more caps. These 2 right here. I saved the best for last. And then I still haven't reflowed anything. I'm not... I might look it over really quick, but I'm not going to go crazy. And then, let's see. This one. This one. Neck boards are super important. Especially like on a K4900. And those things get really hot. So this is 220, no, sorry, 330 at 220 volts. Look at this gigantic guy. This is 330 at 200 volts. Same thing. Actually, it's less, but they round them up. It's fine. 220, 200. I've seen that before with his kits. So. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to... just to get it all nice and neat. And what's the other one I gotta take out? Yeah, the tiny ones is what's giving me problems. Because they do not want to, the way they put them on there. Oh, maybe not. I got lucky. Okay. This is 100 at 16. 100 at 50. Put the polarity correct. There, negative on the shade. Now we'll tack this in really quick. We're at the home stretch here. And of course, tacking that. And yeah, this one. Thing keeps getting tangled. Very like. I haven't had a major soldering thing like caps in a while. So this is a new soldering iron. I'm going to switch back to my old pencil. I still have it. Cut this off now, but I don't have it. Goes in right here. Positive, negative. Like, I am too big to fit in this little tiny board. And I have no choice but to cut this off because it's not flush on there, and that's a big cap, and I don't want it to be flopping around. I have to cut off this excess. Do this without. Gonna be a little. Still don't like it. But... that's the best thing. All right. Positive. Doesn't want to go in because this needs to be softened up a little. Trying to get the diode, or sorry, the piston next to it pushed over a little bit. I think I succeeded. I'm good. It was in the way. Couldn't get it in. All right. Still hitting this. Man, I thought the last one was going to be like the cherry on top, and now it's becoming a pain in the butt. So this right here is preventing that thing from sitting flush, so I have to try to cut it away without like compromise. Go. I won't cut myself, I promise. Okay, I think that's it. I got it. I got another chunk off. I just want this to lay flush. I know I could just solder it right away. Nice. Pack it in there and then solder it down really. And I just realized it. Morning when I see it. I need to. I'll take it right. Perfect solder right there. Perfect soldering job. Ouch. Be hot. All right, look at that. Beefy. Little askew, but that's just how it is because I don't want it touching that. Heat's gonna transfer. I think we're okay. And I need to mark those. On. Coloring. So anybody watch the Tyson fight? This stream actually was supposed to happen yesterday. I saw that the fight was on. I was like, yeah, I'm watching this. I'm not going to do this other thing. It was good. I liked some of the other fights before. Some of them were pretty gory, actually. Whoa, it's a little shocking how gory it was. But still, nice. I think it was worth it, even though at certain times it was really terrible where you couldn't get any, like it would just freeze up. But it was happening. I mean, Netflix just couldn't handle the traffic, which is crazy. And ironically, I believe NBC lost the contract to WWE. They renewed with Netflix. So WWE is going to be on Netflix. And if they can't handle this Tyson fight, how are they going to handle wrestling as a huge audience? That's going to be fun to see. So these are the two extra, by the way, guys. And this extra one is not one UF at 50 volts. This is another tiny one, 0.47. So it's all done. What I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna pop it in there. I'm gonna turn it on. And we're gonna see what you see. Hopefully it won't explode. That's all I want. But I'm just double checking, make sure there's no like old solder joint before I stick it back in. Might have caused that issue. And at the transition colors, fine. There's cracked solder joint. Cracks. Neckboard looks good. I usually reflow the flyback just in case. That usually is cracks in them. I'll show you what I do. I reflow. I actually don't. Back to it. I don't redo everything. So a lot of people actually will add solder. That's bad. You have to actually, when you're reflowing stuff, you're actually removing solder. To a point. But for this, what I do is I'll just get them on the side because I have a different tip that I don't feel like changing out. So here's the flyback, right? I'm gonna do every other one on the side here. Up. Next one, side. Do that for every single one. The reason you're doing every other one, obviously. And then fill those in. So, man, I hate how this tangles up. Sorry about that. So anyway, so I did every other one, you see. That way, now I can just fill them in. And then do the opposite. Fill all these in, reflow it. Good, nice. They're in good shape too. That's the other thing, is you're looking to see if there's any damage. Somebody covered up. All those are all done. Another one. Now, reflow the other ones. This. Side of the pin. Fresh solder. Oh. Ideally, you'd want to scrape those up first before solder, but no, these are the trends. That's fine. That's all right. So we're good. Now I'm just gonna fill in the rest. Hard to get. Yeah, a lot of times people just keep adding solder and then oxidize flux on it. All right, I think that's it. And I'm gonna grab. Actually, you know what? I could probably stretch this one. I was gonna grab a new swab. So I like to fly back and make flux on it. Anyway, so good. All right, I'm just inspecting everything. Cracks any. We didn't lose any colors, so this looks really. I think I'm gonna take it off, but there's a lot of flux on this one spot. Dirty and nasty. Get in there. A little bit. What I do is I usually go cleans the toothbrush. Cleaning it up. This is a rag that I have. I usually use paper towels, but that'll work. All right, and then I'll just clean this up by put this away back into the case. All right, let's see how that looks. Looks way better. Or it was. Brown. All right, so I think this is good. I'm looking at everything here, and I don't see any traces. I'm looking along the edges here. If there's any broken traces where it slides in. Sometimes on like the 4900 for sever a trace. I connect the power. All right. Correct. And I'll also look at this connector here. Correct. These are like borderline. I don't like to reflow them without anything on. Fall out. Let me I'm just doing this. Adding some. The reason I'm doing that is because the solder has flux in it. Helps everything. Supposed to have it. That cool off. Take off my diopter. Show you my forehead that's probably red from the right here. I need to change the batteries, so I'm gonna hang this up. I just hide here. What is it? Oh wow, it's 5:30. Nice. Let's start putting this back for the mess with me. Back. And that back. I'm just cleaning up my bench a little bit. I have a brush actually that I can do all this crap. That's all glue. That I have a brush that I can actually. I'm not gonna do it. Comes right out. I actually brush it sideways. Comes out that way. But you know, right now I have to take everything off to do that, so I'm not gonna finish, but I'll clean it up. I like having a neat bench. Looks good, thank you. Yeah, James, you got to reflow that flyback, man. The degauss circuit, yeah, I know what you're talking about. These other pins, I didn't do that because I looked at them and they look perfectly like fine. This I did just in case there's a sync issue or colors. You're supposed to have a connector in there when you do it, so it doesn't, in case it melts. Um, but everything else is fine. Sometimes I double check the power connector also, and that looked fine, so I didn't reflow that. But yeah, everything else looks pretty good, so I just left it alone. But flyback, because it had like that focus a little bit, and I might have to switch it out. I wanted to make sure that all the connections were there, and when I looked at the pads underneath, they were all there. But I'm gonna actually turn my soldering iron off, that I don't forget. I actually have, here's a hack by the way. You ever like go to work one day and you're like, wait a minute, did I leave my soldering iron? I can't remember. You leave your house or something. I have a smart plug on mine, so all you have to do is connect it. If you have Alexa, or if you have Google or anything like that, sorry to say the word, I don't have it down here. That's why I said it. But you guys are probably like, "Oh, stop." Uh, anyway, you can just get it on your phone where you open up the app and you shut off the outlet, so that if you do leave it on for peace of mind, you can just shut off the outlet, and when you come home, you double check it. But that way, you don't have to call somebody. Hey, I think I left my soldering iron on. I actually went on vacation one time and I didn't realize I left my taco on, the desoldering iron. It was on for like a week. Nothing happened, thank God, but that's not good for the tips either. All right, let's see. Let's pop this sucker in here. I don't know if I have enough, if there's enough battery left in it. Is yeah, that's so my wireless. I don't know if you could see my wireless road died. This one I had charging, but I was like, oh, I don't need to charge this one. I should have, because it's dead. Whatever, no big deal. So I'm gonna take off my lav because of that, and I'm gonna sound a little distant, but I'm gonna try to hit up this mic when I can. So lav is, that's how long the stream. Lav mic die, and I knew it would too. Oh, all right. Let me switch over to triple view. You guys can see everything, right? You really don't need to see the bench. I think I planned ahead to just one and. I found a screw on the ground. Look at all these caps, by the way. Look at this. I'm going to show you. Gross. These are all the old caps here. So I have all the parts in there. Caps. All right, let me switch over. And, I think I'm just going to turn it this way. Yeah, that way you can. As always, I tell everybody, talking a little louder because I'm always discharge your monitor, right? Even after, when you're putting this back on, charge it. Sometimes you'll have, there's certain models, like this one's probably fine, but G07s, A4900s, 4600s, they will still have a spark. They generate energy over time. The static electricity full. So discharge it. And again, even though I know it's fine, I saw a spark. There you go. That's a six. You'll feel it. That tiny spark. You will feel that on your hand. Trust me. Just sparked. It's always good to do it. I'm going to throw this on here. Take me, I don't know, a couple minutes. And then guess what? I'll charge it again. And I guarantee you, it can't hurt to do that. It will hurt you if you don't. Never been shocked. Knock on wood. I always follow. Everybody laughs at you, and when they electrocute that, you're the one that's. I put the screws in this mess here. I don't know what that plastic piece. It's like a plastic piece that fell off of something. Wonder if it fell off my battery pack on my diopter. Um, I need a screw. This the plug where I put the switch. Before I do that, put in the. I'm gonna put in the Gauss coil first. Can't see. I need a flashlight. Doesn't matter which way you're feeding the circuit. Nice because it has a plug that I connect board. Have to worry about slicing. A lot of times you Gonna get this out of the way, but before I do, what am I gonna do? Sure. Check the ground on here. For this one that unplugs, but take it off and on. You know what I should do now, before I forget? Um, Shoot, I think that's what fell in the back. So I have the card. When you're working on this and you brush against that, that's high voltage, man. It really hurts. I don't know because it never happened to me, but it happened to my friend Seamus. Seamus, shout out to you at the Cradle of Aviation Museum. He was telling me about that. I think Bill worked there. Let me grab the thing from back here. I know it fell. It's actually underneath. Out, I'm going to reflow that, so I'm going to just put it on. I'm going to grab a couple zip. I named it pinball zip ties. I call this because I have a pinball machine now. But that's what I have this in. Okay, we are putting this. Whatever. I'll fix it. For now. But assuming it's gonna work. House coin plug is not okay. Now I will plug this in. Off is got to read. Uh, uh, that's not gonna do that tonight. All right, moment of truth. Turn the TPG on. Let's see if this sucker blows up or not. I wonder if I should turn it this way a little. Some light on the other side. Maybe I'll. One, two, three. Fire it up. Oak. Oak. Still looks the same. Looks like it has convergence. I bet you it has yoke issues. I bet you that's what it is. Which could be fixed with a tube swap. Well, sort of. Um, assuming you have a drop-in replacement, which K7000s are really good candidates. I do have tubes. I have a whole bunch. I have 6 tubes. All right. Let me see what's happening here. So I'm gonna make some adjustments. Spend maybe 10, 15 minutes at the most doing this, and then I'm gonna call it quits. The adjustment I was telling you about. behaving exactly the same. I have some not test B plus that tomorrow. I'm not cut off. Could be that this was a spot that might want to spots that I have this foot long. Not much. All the controls are working. So spots are working. Doing something. Yoke. Thinking maybe it'll be. I'm gonna sit for a minute. That the yoke, I'm gonna loosen it and I'm gonna play around with it. I'm not gonna do this. Maybe I'll do it like on a video or something. I'm not gonna do it live, but I'm gonna move the yoke around to see if this changes it. Because I'm looking around. Yeah, look how horrible that is. Almost like it needs to be pushed towards the tube. Way off. That's supposed to be white. Turning up the and I'm gonna play with these. Could be that one that's brightening. I could switch over to here. Yeah, so there's too many lights on. Try to figure out. Let me turn this one off. Yeah, it's not really hard to tell. That's supposed to be a white screen. So let's see. Oh god, awful. That is, and the rings are also they're glued, so it's never been. It's not like the rings are loose, and so I'm thinking like the whole possible. My guess, if I were to guess, I don't think this is the right tube for the chassis, but it's kind of Frankenstein together anyway. However, I want to say yesterday I did grab a tube, a whole monitor. It was a K4900 with mispack burn in because this has mispack burn in because um, this is a mispack cabinet. Um, burn in anyway. The one that I picked up had mispack burn in, which is fine because it's a huge, really dark tint over it, and you don't have to worry about it because you just line up the maze when when you get everything all dialed in. It looks beautiful. Like mine is super burned in, but you can't even tell unless you like turn it off and shine a flashlight in there. So that's my backup. I'm really glad I bought it for 30 bucks. And I also got a K7000 chassis for free. Top of that. So, you know, worst case, I could take that chassis, throw it in here, put a new tube in there that's a K7000 compatible, and then be done with it. So many possibilities. I don't know. I'll mess with it. I'll let you guys know. I'll post it like on YouTube as an update. Uh, but good experience. I didn't screw up the cap kit because it's exactly the same. It was such a pain in the butt. I don't think it's anything I need to reflow. I don't know what you're saying in chat. I'm looking now. I'm gonna measure the horizontal and vertical right now because I do have a listing of what's what. So I'm gonna actually bring that out right now. I can like my phone's getting worse. Trying to bring it in. There we go. Um, there we go. So K7000 should have 3.4 horizontal and 15-ish max vertical. And this is a CR31, so I'm trying to think. When I use the rejuvenator, it doesn't even it bypasses the yoke. So I'm thinking maybe that would show me, but it wouldn't. It would just show me if the tube's good. Which it could be. Like if this was ever dropped, there's like this mesh on the front. If that gets disconnected, so many things that can go. All right, let me turn this off. I'm gonna see if I can measure those windings, and then after that, I think you guys enjoyed different angles. Sorry, I'm so far away. It's just my mic died. That's con. This is gonna be a fun thing. Put this. I'm gonna be modding that pin slightly, non-destructive. Give it music. Have some sound effects in there. The EM sounding pin, but it's solid state. Just has a chime. James already knows. Continue with yoke. crossing. Horizontal is 4.7 out of range. 4.6. Let me write this down. Pad 4.6. Oh, vertical. .14. But the horizontal seems higher. According to what I just read you, looks like 3.4 is the highest you can go. Said it was 4.6. I mean, it's doable. It's doable. Really tempted to just take a TV set and plug it in there and see what this chassis does to it. That way, if it wrecks the tube, I don't care because it's just a free TV set. But yeah, the only other one it could be, well, that's still, wait, CR31. I'm just looking to see what else. Vision Pro horizontals 2, verticals 14.2. Cortec 2.9 and 48.1. It's higher, so that's way off. I've added some since I've done this. I have some listed on my channel and stuff, but this is the most updated list I'm looking at now. Yeah, so K7000 is the only thing that's close. So I don't think that's the issue. I think it's fine when it comes to the windings. I just don't know if they're working properly. So what I can do actually is put it on another tube, and if this works on another tube, then I know the chassis is fine. Then it's something with the yoke for sure, or that it's not compatible. But I'm telling you, this Miz pack that I've been working on, there's always something that stops me. I'm like, oh, this is a simple thing. It's just a coin deal. I'll give it a refresh, and then like bolts start falling off, and I'm like, oh, I got to use JB Weld, and one thing after another. Oh, this is an easy pickup. It looks really good, and then it has white mold inside, and I'm like, crap. Now I got to clean it out. So it was supposed to be a quick project that takes about 2, maybe 3 weeks, and it turned into like over a month, just because I keep hitting roadblocks, and this is another one. So, all right. Well, thanks for hanging around, guys. I think I agree. I think it's a tube yoke issue. I'm going to narrow it down where I'm going to have a TV set next to what it is, next to this, and then I'll just have it connected and see what happens. Yeah, but we did a successful cap kit, so I'm really happy about that. Success for sure. Guys, have any other questions before I? Hey, what's up, Jeff? Jeff, you're up early. It's 6 o'clock, man. I'm still going to bed. I got to go to bed. I work tomorrow at 3 o'clock, or today at 3 o'clock. But this cap kit took longer than usual. Traces, you'll see if you rewind, you'll see. But anyway, it turns out that it looks like crap anyway. Same thing. So, oh, before I forget, I'm gonna stick it. I will stick it back in. That's dead. Okay. Let's see. I had to see it. Let me switch back to my triple layout. Let me go back to here. That is me. Nice and zoomed in for you guys. Oh, I put that by mistake. I didn't mean to do that. I want to do one. There we go. All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching. Man, how long was this stream? Anybody know? I'm looking now. My phone's just acting up, so it's just a pain in the butt. I have to get in here. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. It looks like we are at back to live. Oh, that is live. How long we got? Does it tell you? I can't tell. Oh yeah, there we go. Wow, 6 hours. Sure. I started this 11:30. Now it's 6.5. Yeah, half. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Something I thought would take maybe 2 hours max. Awesome. Well, that's a record for me. This is probably the longest stream I've ever done. But we will persevere no matter what. But thanks again, Jeff, XJ303. Who else? Arcade Hoarder. Everybody, I miss Spacies. What's going on? Yes. What did you write? Do you have another chassis to test on a tube before you mess with the yoke? Yeah, that's a good point. I do have a K7000, ironically, that I picked up yesterday that I could throw on there. I'm not going to do it now because I've been up pretty, for a long time. But everything else, the chassis I think came out good. The cap kit, man, all these caps right here. Some of them had glue on them. It was just a pain to get them all off, but we got them off. So I'm gonna chuck these, now. I don't need them for sure. Just throwing them away, and I'll clear this all up. So I'll just clean my bench and stuff. But in the meantime, thanks again. I have a lot of stuff coming on the channel. I've been editing secretly, and hopefully in the new year, I might release one. Soon. Because Charlie was asking me from Overtime Arcade how to I'm sorting these out at the same time. How to straighten out a joystick, and I have it actually right here. It's pack joystick that I restored. It was totally bent up and messed up, and I straightened it out. I have tools now that Scuba King from Clav actually told me about, because he used to be a metal guy working with metal, and he's like, yeah, you got to get these tools. It's like these bars that are made of reinforced steel, and it's a kit that's actually right here. It's in this thing right here. Amazing kit. It has like these bars, and you can take a vise and just straighten stuff out, but the vise isn't like, because of the straightened steel in there, it comes out perfect. I've straightened out coin doors with it already. I did this thing with it. My screen door actually. My screen door got blown off with the wind, and pretty much got bent up, but then I use these tools to straighten it out, and it's like it never happened. I, touched it up with paint and everything, and it looks like nothing ever happened. So there it is, guys. Thanks again. Here, I threw away all my caps, nice and empty now. And I will see you guys in the next one. Let's see who else I missed. Just gonna look at you guys before I head out. Later, James. Tell Gabby I said hi. I haven't talked to her in a while. Been ages. Later, Jeff. Who else is on here? Barricade was on earlier. Double Down was on here. He was kind of new to stuff. He said, I motivated him to do stuff. Any Mike popped in earlier. Sean popped in from Overtime Arcade. Omega Mark was here earlier. Let's see, I'm just scrolling up. D Jones was here. I think he was the first one here. And everyone else will have to catch up. I'm sure they're going to watch the thing to see what happened. I'll probably just fast forward to the end. So if you're fast forwarding to the end, it worked perfectly. It worked great. Behind me, we're going to stick this in the Miz pack, and we're good to go. Everybody else knows really what really happened, because you stuck through it. Anyway, Command the Line. Man, I haven't seen you in ages. What's up, man? You're catching the end of the stream. It was 6.5 hours, so you can head on to the beginning and see what's up. But thanks again. If you guys see this in the future, and you appreciate what I do with all the equipment and the setup and all that good stuff, there's always thank you can leave later. if you didn't get the live stream with the super chats and stuff. So feel free. But I'm gonna sign out, and I think at this point, oh, let me show you what it was doing before for those who missed it. I actually have a video here that I played, so here it goes. Okay, so this is the before. You can see on the top it's narrow, kind of looks like a trapezoid, and on the bottom it's wider. Convergence is an issue as well. The rings are glued, so don't know if I need to just cap it and see if that fixes everything or if there's a pot that's messed up. But anyway, it's really off, and adjustments won't do anything, so I'm gonna cap it. It needs a cap regardless, and then we'll take it from there. The flyback kind of does do kind of a tiny bit of whine when it first starts, and I have to also test the tube. So this is the before. I just wanted to do some comparison stuff here so you can see the before, and then hopefully I'll cut to the live video to show the after, and hopefully we fixed it. And for those just joining, you're going to have to see the whole video to find out what happened. Anyway, thanks again. If you want to hit subscribe, feel free to do that. Doesn't matter to me. You know, I just do this for fun. And I'm on Twitter. I kind of post there, just not as often as I normally do. Like in Instagram, I'm really more active at Del's Arcade on there, so you'll see me there if you want to catch me there. Message me at delsarcade@gmail.com if you have any questions. And I am also on Twitch at Dels_arcade. It's all one word, DELS_arcade. Some rat bastard actually took Del's Arcade and will not let it go. So sucks for me, right? Everything else is the same. Anyway, I'm going to talk to you guys later. Hope you guys enjoyed the background music, which finished, by the way. I don't know if you noticed that. It's all quiet. So we actually went through my whole playlist for 6 hours. I'm like, yeah, we'll never get to the end. And there it was. So I have to play something in the background. Yeah, now it's back. I just played something. All right, cool. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one. Be safe. Bye.